I've never seen you in this place. making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A Strollet's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Tyloo!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to the IEM Rio Asian Qualifiers. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we've got for you guys some really fantastic Counter-Strike coming up. We're going to wait for the Mongols to wait. The Mongols already here, guys. They're already inside the tournament. We're going to have multiple teams going to Rio, and I couldn't feel happy about that. But Michael, how about you?
Yeah, no, of course, a very exciting time for the Asia region with the fact that the Mongols have risen through the ESL world rankings and just the world rankings in general outside of ESL's own keeping of the scoreboard. We're having more opportunities for a lot of these other Asian teams to get into these big events, and so this is another opportunity. You know, we have 3 teams at ESL Pro League because of some of that ESL world ranking bring up that the Mongols have been able to do. And so, you know, like you said, we have another chance for a team to showcase what they can do on a world stage.
Well, the question is, if the Mongols aren't here, then who is? Let's take a look at the brackets very quickly as well. The match that we're going to be starting things off with is an exciting one for me, Michael. Of course, it's Rare Atom versus Atox. On stream B, you can watch Tyloo versus Cat Evil, and you might be thinking, bro, Cat Evil... Who cares? They've been kind of fire lately. Actually, they've been pretty decent. Now, Tyloo's still obviously a favorite over there if you want to go check them out. But they've been on the up and up, so you never really know. But here downstairs, Rare Atom and Atox, both of these teams having qualified to international events already, and they want one more on their belt.
Yeah, I mean, with Atox being in ESL Pro League and Rare Atom being the team that represents Asia in the Blast circuit, yeah, these guys are already locking in positions on their calendar, and South America, Brazil would be a great addition to either of their calendars as well, because you don't have as many of these sort of ongoing circuits or localized tournaments that you can sort of take part on, and you don't always have the same level of representation from European or America's level teams. And so yeah, this will be another chance for them, and I'm actually very excited to see how the likes of a Cat Evil does. So if you are sort of dual monitor setup, put that B stream up on your second, just so you can see just how good that team looks now, because like you said, they've been playing pretty good Counter-Strike, and Cat Evil as an organization has always been like a weird upset team at different points. This is probably the strongest they've been, so yeah, you know, but we are getting the best of what this qualifier is probably going to offer up in our opening round game in Atox and Rare Atom. Tyloo are going to be another proper contender, and these are the 3 teams we're looking at to actually take that spot. Even though Tyloo have been going through some rocky periods, they still have some top-class talent on that team.
And speaking of top-class talent, obviously this Rare Atom iteration, in case you guys have been under a rock, of course, does have Kaze in it once again. We've got Child King and Li Hang looking like the young stars headlining it. You've got Kaze, somebody coming in from behind. And then Atox on the other side have brought in Yami. Once again, the prodigal son has returned. He thought he could go off, unite with Score and company, and then actually just, you know, trailblaze it off with the Huns, but turns out that's not the case. Yami comes back to Atox, and Atox that probably is a lot stronger as well with the addition of Annihilation from earlier on. We've obviously seen Annihilation go back to some of his old form. Yami now being added in actually makes this one of the most firepower heavy teams in the entire region. This can really compete with the best of the best, but the question is, can they actually put it together and get the pieces to work? Let's also answer that question about where the veto is going to take us, though, Michael, because obviously both of these teams relatively new in terms of this actual 5-man lineup. Any expectations from you? Well, we've got them already, but Does this look like what you thought it would?
No, I'm thinking Anubis, Ancient. No, I mean, I was expecting to see Anubis and Inferno within this series. I maybe thought we'd see Mirage as a sort of a pick from Rare Atom, and that Anubis would be the decider, given that both these teams do like to first lock into an Anubis, and usually when that happens, we end up in this sort of bout of, no, you pick it, no, you pick it, because otherwise you're giving your opponent strengths. But Atox leaning into an Ancient actually is, I think, a nice shift that actually could benefit them quite a lot, because like you said, this Atox does look almost more complete. Like, I think tactically this team looks better than some of the previous iterations of Atox, and with the addition of Yami, you know, there's a lot of fights on Ancient that can be dictated by just an aggressive or just a very strong rifler.
And I mean, to be fair, you could say the same for Anubis as well, right? But the question now is that Dobu and Yami, Dobu actually ended up taking over a lot of Yami's spots when Yami left the team, right? So you're looking at that Ancient K position, you're looking over towards the Dark Room in Anubis, and now I'm just curious about how this is sort of going to affect where Dobu's playing, because Dobu was actually doing really, really well individually as an IGL and as just a pure fragger. So I'm wondering about how this might end up shifting the tides a little bit, whether there will be any adjustment periods or not, especially on a map like Anubis, which, yes, Rare Atom and, you know, Atox both have some shared ground, Michael, but Rare Atom have been picking it quite a fair bit to a lot of success recently.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably their most rehearsed looking map. I think as well, even in Kaze's, I'd say, deteriorating form towards the end of Tyloo, I think this was always the map where he could still fish for individual picks, and actually I think he had a good read usually in mid-rounds to re-aggress or take control of areas, which I think is always a very good strength to have as an AWPer. You know, you want to be able to ride that level of confidence, and I think, you know, from the games I've watched, they're also in participation in tournaments and qualifying events with Tyloo also in tandem. And so I feel like that extra flame of motivation is kind of what's driving Kaze at the moment, and I'm kind of here for it, because I think he's playing almost like the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play individually in the past 9 months. He's kind of just leveled himself back up again.
But at the same time, I mean, Annihilation, it's hard not to say he's not playing the best Counter-Strike he's played in 9 months, considering he hadn't played for 9 months, right?
Yes.
But no, Annihilation's actually coming and he looks really good on Atox. He actually got off to a slightly slower start, but especially on maps like Anubis, it seems like in the mid to late rounds on T side, CT side, Annihilation is really getting up to those super flashy maneuvers, and I do wonder whether some of that is coming in from maybe a realization on his part that, hey, the more involved I try to get in the early round, the more I have to deal with things like flashes and utility that everyone in Asia is getting better and better at. There's a reason why AWPers have increasingly become a late round presence and a mid round presence, and it's not just because Simple got all those sick clutches that you're all remember. It's also just because there's less utility available, right? So when those post plant positions come in, you're going to see Annihilation tearing up the bomb site, and that's also the place where, you know what, I'm hoping that Yami can actually get them into those positions. Maybe Dobu can help them get into these positions, because if they get there, I do still think Annihilation versus Kaze in the head-to-head, I probably take the Mongolian side there.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest level difference I'd sort of compare the two is actually Annihilation's sort of rifling in those late round situations, because, you know, I'll still remember their sort of tier 1 debuts where Annihilation was just popping off and pulling off like ridiculous clutches. That is not the level I expect to see him at all the time, but the fact that he is able to sort of hit that when, you know, this Atox team does have experience, a lot of very domestic experience, but not a lot of them have that same achievement of being able to go to some of these tier 1 tournaments and actually go blow for blow against these top level teams, which Atox will be able to add to their own repertoire soon enough with ESL Pro League. But for them, you know, having a guy like Annihilation that can close in some of these late round situations, and also now has that experience to say how aggressive he can be and what level he can get away with against top level teams, that's all the added firepower you need. Just like individually, I think Annihilation coming back from his little hiatus, he should be, in my eyes, he actually should be playing the best level of Counter-Strike we've seen him play on any team, I think.
I want to take your aggression point and run with it on the Ray Adams side as well, though, because there's one guy who's been aggressive for the past 12, I don't know how old he is, but let's assume he's 25 years of his life. It's somebody. And it feels like when you're talking about aggression, there's no one really quite like him. He goes for these insane moves that really characterize the old style of Chinese Counter-Strike. And it feels like he's taken that forward to this place where you've actually got a pretty good marriage of the two, where it feels like this is what Chinese Counter-Strike was meant to become if you looked at the Tyloo trajectory, right? A little bit more refinement, but still a lot of insanity coming through. But as we head into Anubis, the question is, whose insanity will prevail? Will it be somebody? Will it be Yami? Will it be, potentially some of that Li Hang Child King combination that we've been praising a fair bit as well as we go into the map? It's going to be exciting because really there is no favorite here.
Hate to burst your bubble, but somebody is 29, but he's still just as aggressive as...
He wasn't aggressive from 0 to 4, okay, Michael?
Yeah, I don't know that he was playing Counter-Strike when he was 4. But I love the comparison because it's funny. We have almost like an interregional dispute between Asia and South America. When you go to these top-level tournaments, whether it's the Mongols or whether it's Tyloo, there are teams that are able to take down some of these top-level South American teams. And in a weird way, South America morphed itself into what Asia Counter-Strike wanted to be. Like these hyper-aggressive players, and then you almost had like a pack of reserve and closers, almost akin to like the Art Furia when they first came into the I guess the top levels of Counter-Strike. And yeah, in a weird way, Rare Atom have also got that same kind of dynamic, because yeah, he does like getting into your face,
yeah,
regardless of what weapon he has.
Dude, I remember that I was we've got a bit of a break, so I can maybe reminisce a little bit about this one, Michael. I remember that when I was over in Riyadh and I was casting the ISF Asian Championship.
Sure.
Dude, Yami does some crazy stuff, okay? Like, Yami got fed up of a game at one point when they were losing against, I think it might have been Uzbekistan, which was Traffic Tashkent. Yami basically just decides on T side that, on Ancient, I'm gonna be the secondary hopper, and I'm gonna, like, bunny hop over into the cave peak and quick scope in, get one kill, go all the way in, also then kill the anchor of the B-bomb site. And all of this is just clearly like, he said, I'm gonna try getting a pick, and he's got no flash, he's got no teammates, nothing at all. It's just crazy mechanical brilliance. That's all that's coming out from him.
But that's just I'm better mentality, I'm just gonna outduel these guys doing something a little bit more outrageous. So I don't think that's representative of really anything aside from Yami being kind of cracked.
Well, listen, that's obviously a mentality that probably somebody still shares as well. It's a mentality that we will see clashing in the server, but you are not going to see us on screen for just a couple of minutes. We've got to go pull some wires out, figure out what's going on with the LAN cables. We'll be back in just a few, and don't worry, it won't take too long.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
That was hard work, Michael. We set up those cables good. Now let's set up this match as Atox is looking to take on Rare Adam on their map pick. Atox, of course, with Yami coming in. Rare Adam already having debuted and looking good with this lineup. Let's get it underway.
They're not even on land, so I don't know what cables you were pulling out. I feel like your
Undersea cables, Michael.
your efforts may have been in vain. Well, Lihan getting a little glimpse of a player over towards those T steps, but no actual clear discernment as to where Atox are actually headed on this pistol round. 3 players grouping up inside of middle, but Rare Adam are not sticking to that opening setup, starting to re-navigate and actually setting up for 3 players to collect themselves in middle. It seemed like Lihan was going to gravitate over, but he's pulled his attention away. Kaze, a nice opener, but Summer is here as well to stop any advancement from Atox. This split is not really what it's chalked up to be.
Kaze might be cut off over here, though. He needs to find the first duel. Chalking gets one. Summer and Lihang as well. It's Rare Adam all the way. A flawless round. Going through, all 5 players kept alive. 2 players with their armor untouched as well, so that's going to be comfy upgrades.
Yeah, Atox, I think, were really hoping that they could find an opening timing out through mid, but as soon as they lose that first man, they get staggered in middle so much that A main suddenly has to try and take pressure away, and just nobody coming out ahead on their duels. So, like you said, Rare Adam keeping everybody alive, some free armor for, well, I say free, some heavily discounted head armor coming into the second round as well. But Atox snapping straight into a force buy, getting very little out of that pistol round, but comfortable enough with the investment.
He's going deep, but Child King spam is good. He's expecting them to be coming through. Got the dualies from the previous round as well, and he continues on undeterred. 3 kills for him in the round, and it feels like Atox's force buy falls apart as fast as it came together.
Yeah, I mean, Child King's positioning there was absolutely perfect. You saw utility sailing over the top of that smoke that he'd put down himself in middle, and his spam is just right on the money. 2 players trying to slowly creep up on that right side of the smoke, and Child King meets them with a hail of bullets.
I can't believe that Atox continues to invest into the Deagles over here. They really want to get damage in where they've only gotten 1 kill so far on Rare Adam, so they should know that the money is very good over here. The CT side economy isn't going to be disrupted for the next round. For long term, maybe, but just does feel a bit extravagant.
This is a confidence buy.
Who's confident? Who dares be confident? Annihilation got 1 kill over here.
This is a building confidence kind of buy.
Right, right.
Yeah, get a couple 1Ds, get into the rhythm of things.
Well,
Cabal has gotten 1, but I said a couple of 1Ds, and so far, not so grand.
That's a very lonely couple.
Yeah.
3 on the board for Rare Adam. It could not look better.
Sign me up for the singles table.
This is where we're hoping to see something a little bit extra from Atox. Obviously, we don't know how long these guys have been able to practice together with Yami and everything as well. There should be some prior chemistry, theoretically, but like I said, there's a little bit of role overlap that definitely needs to be ironed out initially. So Atox are going to need to start getting those round wins on the board very quickly here. All the deep to try and force out Child King. It's a double multi-play, but with 3 players running down, the nades will continue to disrupt, and Child King flashed off and phased away. He's going to be tagged up as well in the meanwhile, trying to retreat back into the smoke. He's getting low, and Yami puts him down. That's the first advantage we've seen Atox having. But it really comes down to what Summer can get done over here. He's been split upon on this A side, gets the first annihilation behind with the bomb. He's still gonna have a 1v1 to take, and he's pulled out the Molotov. Summer punishes his hands, and Kaze has to be careful that his hands don't get cut off by Dobu. That happens a bit too quick, but still a 3-on-2. Rare Adam advantage maintained once it was gained, and it's Summer to hold on to the bomb itself. Dobu forced to try and move past the Molotov. Summer gets it all done. A beautiful round coming out from the captain.
Yeah, I mean, that is perfect stuff there from Summer. I mean, finding isolated duels, cutting off that bomb, and, you know, finding a great timing there on Annihilation. And I almost feel bad for Atox, because their mid-take and the way that they approached that was actually very well layered. A Molotov at the doors, into the mid-house, and then one as well that blooms just at that temple entrance. So they had Child King completely boxed in, and that's why he tried to escape through the smoke, only for you know, even though Atox found that opening advantage, Summer to just go absolutely nuclear. I feel like the approach was poor there from Atox, aside from letting Summer get away with murder.
Annihilation just wasn't ready for Summer to be there and go for a second peek and a second fight at a situation like it. But now, can the Tech 9s give them any luck? They've got the flashes to move into the site. Lihang's already broken blood with one, but Mix found one turn around. It's Child King to fall. Summer doesn't mind about the flames, but he does mind about the bullets in his head. Dobu to be the one to put them there. Somebody rotates back in with the M4. Can't get the spray transfer. Trying to push through the smoke. It's something that they must be expecting, knowing who they're playing up against. But now, a straight 2-on-2. Atox, it's a great opportunity for them. Lihang's the only one with a kit. They both got incendiaries, but Lihang is now down. Peeking before Kaze's smoke had dissipated. And now Kaze's no-scope is what gives him a chance to come back into the round. Annihilation right below him, though. And with an AK recovered, Kaze has to be careful. Annihilation will have the advantage. And this time, it's him catching out a player with a nade in his hand.
Nice, cool positioning there from Annihilation. He committed himself to the bomb site. Wasn't sure if he was going to get flanked as well from A main, but once Kaze hits that no-scope, Annihilation just knows he has to cut sound. Kaze had no clue that Annihilation was so close to him and just directly underneath his approach back into that bomb site. But I really thought for a moment there was going to be a lack of firepower from the Atox defense when they'd actually taken that site. Dobu is a nice triple that set them up perfectly. So finally Atox breaking through, but these rounds are not particularly clean. You know, Rare Atom seems to be getting a lot of outs in the mid-round, just as Atox are setting up very frequently. It's only that quick pace from Atox that finally broke blood.
And now they swayed away from the speed.
Yeah. Go back to a more default approach, and hoping that Rare Atom are going to respect that entirely as well. But they've got 3 dedicated towards the speed bomb site. First flash is good, and the miss from Kaze is egregious. First couple of kills come out for Yami, but Kaze now making up for some lost time. A nice double, and Child King just jumping straight through the smoke. Maybe a little rambunctious, a little ambitious. Putting Summer into a 1-on-3 where he's no kit and no offensive utility to finish off the low HP on Yami. This is likely a save call for Summer.
That miss is really what ends up costing them a little bit too much of their Kaze. Of course, he gets 2 kills, so it feels like I shouldn't be bagging on him. But at the same time, Atox didn't have enough flashes to actually keep him blind. So he was the only person who could actually provide cover fire for Lihang to swing in. When he misses, Lihang swings out. There's too many players for him to be dueling up against. And although he gets good damage in, that damage is irrelevant when there's only an Opera to support you. So Kaze gets his 2. But unfortunately, the round still goes to Atox's way, and now they can start to rack it up. They've got a situation where Rare Atom might be force buying into the next one, sure, but it's going to be slightly easier days at the very least.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're thinking about executes, it's all about flow, really. If Kaze gets that first kill, it disrupts the flow of how Atox are going to scale into the bomb site. It draws attention to Kaze in a way that is sort of higher priority because he just got a kill, and so instincts are going to dictate you want to get that trade on that player, and it draws attention away from the riflers. But because Kaze missed, you know, priorities are then set, and it doesn't sort of disrupt any of the clearing from Atox at all. What really allows Yami to scale in and get that double.
Take a peek with a flashbang, but Mix watching out for it. M4 recovered, and re-peek is there. Child King without armor needs to be careful. Lihang takes off ahead. Yami's not feeling good about this one. Hey, weren't you happy? Wasn't I beating you before? What's going on?
Just gets wide swung by a CZ. It's not ideal, but Lihang he had to venture a little further into that smoke than he anticipated, but he does get away with that AK.
Splitting into A is risky over here. They know the M4 has been recovered and it's there. So if Mick gets cornered in and gets taken down, this is a very quick 4v3 that ends up being a difficult retake, sure, but also very difficult to get into post-plant positions.
Oh, that's a big kill. Mick, just as he's descending, out from Rugs, able to get that first, and Kaze does overwhelm, but they've lost the bomb site. It's enough space for Dobu to secure this plant in for Atox, and they can push forward with this. They know that A main is compromised, and it will be the one safe marker that they have for this retake here on the side of Rare Adam. Kaze does get tagged by that AWP, and eventually finished off. Somebody with this Mag 7. It's not ideal for that distance, but he certainly tried, and Dobu will dismiss him just as easily.
Listen, I appreciate the fact that they try for that, but when Kaze misses his shots and then he's down to 12 HP, it feels like you just have to save there. Kaze is not going to have an AWP over here. You're going to be limited in utility. You're not going to be prioritizing the SMG side there because you're Rare Adam, and you know what? All of you are fraggers. This is not a good place to be. Even if you want to line something up aggressive on Anubis, you really want multiple flashes to do it. You've got two, basically, now just one at 145. It's going to come down to a gamble call. If it doesn't work out, then, well, so be it.
Oh my goodness. They tried to line up for a double push mid. They were going to phase the smoke together, and Cabal just offers up a burst through that smoke, and it connects immediately. Child King gets caught. They have, like you said, gone for a bit of a gamble here. They played 0 players within this A-bomb site. They offered no utility, no presence. And Atox have started to congregate. But Summer isn't just simply resting on his laurels. He's supposed to push in through mid and clear that out, but it happens all while Atox have taken over this A-bomb site, so this gamble call, it's incorrect, and Rare Adam probably safe from here. I think the only real fight was through a smoke this round.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Awesome needs to receive. There's 2.
Yeah, but the round is done.
Yeah. Containing T-side money is a little bit irrelevant over here. As long as Atox don't hunt, they should be fine. Okay. Losing one more player does make this slightly annoying, but even then, you're A-okay.
Terrorists win.
Annihilation is at 12.5k. You're feeling okay about your money.
Yeah.
A successful string of rounds here from Atox. Start off with Tex.
This is also why, for Rare Adam, I just feel like the issue is you are now being stuck in this position where even when you save 3 players, you feel like you're not going to get the op, you're not going to get full utility and everything because you didn't save a couple of rounds before, right? That's the extra impact that comes into play. So now, sure, you're looking at this buy and saying, yeah, well, they have a chance of winning this. Yes, but also this could just be Atox running away with it and getting 7 or 8 rounds over here after you started off very clean.
Yeah, they could have had an even higher chance, perhaps. I'm sure if Cabal remembered his lineup, but does get there eventually.
And does he?
Yeah, it does. Molly's good. Oh,
nice shot from Child King. Molly's good, but Child King always better.
yeah, he's just that much cleaner with it. Maybe if Cabal let go of that utility slightly earlier, maybe Child King wouldn't have been in rhythm. Give him too much time to mentally prepare.
Rare Adam have got enough time to be able to prepare in for this site hit. They've got 2 players, BM4s ready and waiting. Summer flashed up and makes the one to punish. Meanwhile, through the smoke, Kaze is exchanged damage, but somebody's the one who has to clean up. Lihan comes in to assist, and he should be the first to fall. Kaze gets one, serving as distraction, and that's where the swing comes. Smoke in their hands. Annihilation gets it down, but it is chaos on the site, and Annihilation can't get a shot. Now recovers his aim and recovers his motives as they are moving right back over to the B bomb site. The rotation is fast, but Rare Adam is expecting it. Mick is trying to play distraction, but it's Child King to be in hot pursuit to try and cut off the rotate. Annihilation spotted out. It's going to be the bomb plant to come through. Annihilation Occupies in the dark, waiting for Child King to make a splash, make a play, and that's the only way he can make his way into this site. Now the call's given over. Annihilation scopes over. Child King can't get the deke shot in this time. Kaze all alone, and it's an off angle for Mick, and Kaze doesn't clear, and Atox recover.
Yeah, that's a great call to evacuate the A-bomb site. I talk about flow of an execute before, and as soon as you start to see them stagnate as they're trying to scale into that A-bomb site, there's just so much reinforcements there for Rare Atom. Even though Annihilation is still able to get some kills round the smoke and sort of round the execute, they realize as well that they're likely going to be engaged with both players there, and so by evacuating and doubling back onto that B-bomb site, they hit a great timing. We got information on the way into their pursuit. So Atox have hit a lovely string of rounds. It started off of Tech 9s, but have since been able to stop all attempts by Rare Atom on retakes and opening exchanges. These rounds have not been the cleanest, but they have come down to close calls in these late round situations that Atox are coming out ahead on. And it's that closer we were looking at coming into this game in Annihilation that's very frequently been a part of that.
Yeah. Off angle for Chug. Okay. That's a scary peek. It's an off angle. Annihilation trying to hard scope it. It's going to be a swing from Yami that actually gets the job done. And now Kaze has to protect. There won't be flashes coming in. Remember, not enough players out in the canals with utility, and Summer provides assistance. But the trades are great. And Annihilation has been able to make his way across, and shots being missed. I mean, Kaze is missing from the server.
Yeah, a lot of missed lines there from Rare Atom. Child King on his off angle ended up empty-handed, and even though Kaze and Summer did a decent job getting those first couple players out from camera, it was great trading from Atox. Didn't just sit back and twiddle their thumbs as soon as they lost members. Immediately looked to take that space back. Atox are making some really solid decisions in how they're, I guess, grouping up their players for these attacks. Always feels like they have enough players in the right spot to continue the target that they had in their sights. They continue taking areas and then making their way into the sites rather successfully, but you are expecting that Rare Atom aren't going to be missing as many opportunities as they have been, whether that has been, Kaze, and, we're looking at him mainly because we've had the camera on him a fair amount, and we've seen some of these misses on the AWP that don't feel sort of hotly contested. He does have 10 kills, but he could have way more.
Camera goes where the action is, or sometimes isn't.
Yeah. It's not to say that he shouldn't miss a shot here or there, but there have been many rounds defined, perhaps, by some of these misses.
On the Atox side, though, I have to say, it's been really nice to see that, despite the addition of firepower and everything, it still feels like it's just Atox's system, right? Summer now flashed off, and Mick can't capitalize on it this time. The distance a little bit too great. Summer's allowed to recover, but doesn't really have much health to actually work with.
Yeah, spacing a little off on that flash. Lihang,
okay,
this time will not get the better end of Yami. A nice clear, even though Lihang was trying to hold on that off angle at the steps. This puts a lot of pressure on this B bomb site. Even though there's a full exec happening on A, there's no one really close enough to contest that. They are prioritizing defending B instead. Yami still causing a ruckus, and somebody finally felled. But the bomb's starting to make its way over towards A. But it hasn't been cleared fully by these Atox members. Cabal coming in from camera should be able to clear this site nice and efficiently. Even though they lose one extra member, Atox have a post plan. And Rare Atom, I mean, they'll have enough money to buy, but it's Not exactly the greatest approach coming back into this site. Cabal being dropped does incentivize them further 2-on-2.
Surely they don't go for this one. You don't have a kit. You don't have a smoke.
But they're going.
Annihilation has sent them wherever they wanted to go. And he's got another one. All right.
Yeah, like I said, they do have a buy, but, you know, they'll miss out on a couple of kits. They miss out on a bit of utility.
It's pretty good, though. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good enough buy.
Yeah. Come on, Child King. You've got 350. Drop a flashbang for somebody. Yes, he did that. Love to see it. You'd also love to see Ray Adam being able to fight back. It's been a bit of a Mongolian-heavy scene so far.
Yeah, where Adam won the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And have not won one since.
Says a lot about the state of the RMRs over the last 6 years, actually. Eyes out for Kaze and Mick is out on the server right there. An important kill to find. Mick's been an annoying man on the extremity. Especially with how good he's been in chasing in after those flashes and finding that one player. Yummy, though, closing the distance up nearby, and somebody this time taking the point, but not really doing much better than Liang. Nade's now out as well. Liang is going to be losing teammates left and right, and he's the only one to respawn. Now it's Kaze's turn to shine. He needs to post up, but he's going back to heaven. That might be smoked off. It'll be difficult for him to find much impact here. He's more concerned about a mid play with Cabal still being alive and not having revealed his position, but everyone from Atox is coming in from A main, and Kaze is going to find his position a little bit useless unless he gets the kill right there. Dobu is down back to a 2-on-2. Liang and Kaze try and get it done, but they have to pair together first. Kaze spotted out. They've confirmed he's still there, and Liang's position known as well. They know he's coming in from behind, and Annihilation just takes him down. A chance for Kaze to recover some lost grace, but with the AK in hand, he's got the first. Cabal unexpected, unseen throughout the round, and now can be the closer. 8-4. Atox keep it going. You know what's better than 4 in a row, Michael? It's 8 in a row. And that's why we get all of the educational content out over here.
In fact, you might even say it's doubly as good.
Well, Ray Adam is starting things off with a pistol round with a hope, a dream, and 2 sets of utility. One of those better be working out. Atox in the meanwhile, comfortable 2-1-2 setup, and they've got information out from Dobu, taking a quick jiggle from B main. They might start to stack over a little bit more heavily to the A site.
Yeah, Rare Adam chose this map. But Atox were always going to be comfortable on it as well. Nick close with these dualies and meeting them rather well. Annihilation tried to swing out, but Li Hang finding a flurry of frags. 3 straight away into this A bomb site and smoke down that allows Yami to slowly crawl his way in. He does dispel of Li Hang, who proved to be the biggest problem so far this pistol. 2, and Dobu finding great timing on Child King's reposition, but he didn't spot Kaze. He sits in at the fishtail, he waits for his time, and he knows that Dobu's not on it, and he can switch to that knife. He knows exactly where it is. He knows exactly where Dobu's back was offered up, and now Yami is trying to play around this smoke. Kaze's actually found his way out of it, and the spam, it's all on Kaze to just hit the shot, and Yami ran fickle on bullets towards the end. Rare Adam collecting on a second pistol this map, and it's Kaze to clutch it.
I am not entirely sure, but I think Dobu might have just barely seen a little bit.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I thought so as well. But he was, I guess, so fixated on his fight with Child King that it's like a deleted memory.
And it's obviously so much easier for us to see it with the x-rays and everything, right? So always have to keep that in mind. Atox, though, will be just fully ecoing into this one. They can't be feeling too happy about it. It felt like there were 2 opportunities for them to win that round initially on the 2-man speak that they had. Mick only getting the 1 and not getting a single kill out from the Pillar player either. And then immediately afterwards in that 2 versus 1, you're right. Maybe trying to accelerate a little bit too much.
Kaze doing what AWPers do. He's only kept his pistol, understanding this was likely to be a full save. Alright, ambitious jump through the smoke there from Yami, but it's not been exclusive to him. See Child King do the same.
A lot. Somebody has. Okay. There you go.
Easier to do with a MAC-10 than a Deagle.
More advised. That's for sure. This would be the saddest kill to get, actually, if you get this one. Zeus, like... Guys, I've got a weapon! It's my own USB, goddammit. Oh yes, an Anton 2001 Valorant Classic.
It's not just juggling your own USB back and forth. Where is the gun? Alright, time to put up or shut up here on the side of Rare Adam. Sure, they won the first 4 rounds of this game. And they have struck in with another pistol round, as well as the conversion. But they need to show better form here on this T side that, statistically is the favored side. I think there's been more and more evidence to support that, CT sides can pull it together. Especially on a map that is well rehearsed between the two sides. Somebody creeping out towards A main. The flurry of util that comes with it. The flashes are great, but maybe too effective. Somebody also caught in the crossfire with that piece of utility, and he loses Summer as his support on this A side venture. Bomb is not making its way over. Somebody's just running distraction, but it has pulled all of the Atox defense. B is open for the taking, little to Rare Adam's knowledge.
At the same time, though, the bomb's going to take quite a while to actually get there, and Atox will be able to rotate in and watch out these sightlines. You don't have a smoke, so these long sightlines from CTs are the perfect positions. Cabal and Annihilation both watching up, but they can't find the kill on the planting player. They don't have utility of their own, so at least they weaken Child King, yes, but they will be reliant on those rotates to come in. Yami Being watched out for by Kaze's AWP, but Kaze has to be careful. He needs a sightline out at a CT as well. A smoke to interrupt him will force him into it. Lee Hung now takes point instead. Child King can't be the first one to take a shot. Kaze takes one down, and he keeps on firing through. Child King still staying alive, but Yami is too slow on the lurk. It's too little time for Atox to make this work, and all Yami can do is try and go for damage.
Yeah, and he'll catch Kaze on his retreat, but that'll be his only parting gift. They may hound him down to find this trade, but it only costs them an extra player. Child King escaping with his rifle, and Yami upgrading to that AWP, but Rare Adam pulling it all together, even without the utility, even without the knowledge that that B bomb site was open in the timing that they hit. And I think a lot of that does just come down to Kaze making a very good choice inside of B main. Once that smoke is met inside of the entrance, he fights forward because he knows one teammate is low HP, and he just guns them down as they try to ascend up through Ivy from CT. Like you had noted, Yami just couldn't get into position on that flank because all the action was fought forward by Rare Adam.
I mean, Cabal and Annihilation have to be kicking themselves for not getting the kill on the Child King as well on the jump across.
Yeah, would have changed the round entirely.
You have to be careful not to slip on a banana pea over here. That's the only thing for Rare Adam, and then they can start making their way back in a lot more comfortably. CT side was always where there were more likely to be some growing pains initially. I'm worried. See Cabal with a Mag 7 pull it off, but whether or not he's going to have a chance to show it off will be an entirely different conversation. Annihilation with his AWP rattling off shots and being unsuccessful in his attempts. And the fact that they know that AWP is there has sent them the other direction. Cabal switching to USP because that will be a better ranged weapon than the Mag in defense of that A-bomb site. But they've lost too much ground, and they've not come up from the fruits of their labor in bringing forward that AWP. They will look to save. I'm also a little surprised when weapons are brought forward or bought into. They bought an M4, they saved the orb. But for them to be doubled up on the same side of the map, I understand it makes saving easier, but it also just leaves the other side of the map very, very weak by comparison. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, they don't even save those two weapons.
They'll have a buy, just not a very good one. Annihilation will be short on utility, same with Yami. Yami's actually been short on utility pretty consistently. Even in that first gun round, he didn't quite have enough. I think he just started off with a flashbang and nothing else. Now it's only the smoke. Eight and 8, Rare Adam. Excellent recovery coming out from them, and they have managed to reaffirm their money once again.
But I know Atox's policy. They don't let opponents get more than 4 rounds in a row.
That is SOPs, I do believe. Will they be able to adhere to them here? And now Yami starts off strong. Great first kill to come through, and now he's waiting for the cross from Summer, the nade, the Molotov, but Summer's the one who actually get the frag. Can't be safe through those smokes, taking a lot of damage. And Kaze's bomb plant can come through. 4 and 4 on the retake. A little bit of utility still available for Atox, but Kaze's taking heads off through smokes as well. Continues to continue his reign of terror, 21 and 9, and he's going to end the round and more than that if he keeps it going this way. Mick trying to interrupt, coming in from behind. Kaze interrupts his life instead, traded away, and Child King's position is key. Now spotted out, but Dobu can't get a clean duel. Pillar providing too much comfort, too much cover, and somebody doing the same. Dobu closes the distance for one, and somebody only needs to stay alive. Dobu's sticking it. Dobu's sticking it. He's gone all the way, but it's not enough. Somebody still breaks it apart.
And nobody could stop the onslaught that Kaze was offering up on that defense. once that bomb was down, just rattling off so many shots. Some nice clean shooting there from Kaze, but he was drawing all attention to him. Once again, you know, his teammates were low health, so he knows he has to do a lot of the grunt work. And Kaze did that and more. You know, may have had some chances to win more rounds on that CT side for this Rare Adam squad, but he has been a consistent force in the rounds that they did pull together, and now moving into this T side as well. Still able to be just as lethal, more lethal than Annihilation was, even though Annihilation was really punching it in with the AWP in a lot of these late round finishes for Atox. Kaze is ascendant right now.
Yeah. I think in a lot of those late round finishes for Atox, it didn't feel like Annihilation necessarily needed to also get every single one of those kills. He always had a couple of more extra players coming alive. Kaze is a beneficiary, I suppose, in some ways of Rare Adam having some slightly more difficult post-round positions because the Atox have been setting themselves up very nicely. But Kaze just looks even better because of it.
Yeah. He's acknowledging the weaknesses in some of their coastlines and then rectifying them. That's where he's really been having a lot of his success so far. Well, they did overwhelm the B-side player here on the side of Rare Adam, but that will just accelerate their progression into A. Forward moves up. We'll take control of this bomb site, and even though Atox have recovered an AK, and we'll have a buy around the corner. I'm not expecting them to try too hard for this retake, unless they get gifted one for free through smokes. And they go kicks. So this is a spot, and Kaze kills through smoke. Seems to be his recipe.
Kaze's figured out a way to let's see us go demos of as well as 2018.
Okay, a little hairy there for Lihang. Spammed the right spot, but wasn't actually prepared for a player to swing out from it. This has been a game of sprees. 4-round opening spree from Rare Adam, 8 from Atox in response, but now Rare Adam chaining together 6 coming into the second half. Will Atox be able to put it to a stop, or will this T side of Rare Adam just run away into the sunset? While playing a pretty dangerous game, not deploying that smoke so early, jiggle peeking on that angle, and allowing these players to creep up on him. Molotovs and Lihang, Chal King able to cross that distance and overwhelm before he's even ready to react. They're quick through camera.
Annihilation not missing. They're not landing those shots, and Mick has to try and recover any ground lost. Instead, Yami coming in from behind, but they don't know that there's still a flank ready for somebody. So this is very much on a timer. You need to pincer in onto the site, and soon, but Mick is taking heavy demo damage. And as Dobu spots out one more, he can't be the one to proceed forward. This is a nearly impossible situation, but Atox are in a nearly impossible position as well. They need to fight, but caught juggling is Mick, and Dobu's the only one to turn back and try to tell the tale, but even he might have his life cut short. Somebody puts him down.
I mean, fantastic work there from Rare Adam, capitalizing on, I guess, the greed and utility there from Cabal. You know, as that solitary mid player, it can feel very often you just have to dump a lot of that utility in the early rounds so that you don't get overwhelmed in that nature. But then, at the same time, you know, we saw some of the approaches that Atox were going for on their T side with the layering of Molotovs. If Cabal has a smoke or a Molotov there, you know, that completely disrupts how those mid takes can go. So it's a bit of a bluff from either side. And Rare Adam able to call Cabal on his.
Somebody thought about going through this one. Is he gonna go through after it booms? Oh my god, somebody, you are a brave individual.
Yeah, he's just gonna be extremely happy that Summer's been able to trace one through smoke in an attempt to pick up that rifle. Still ending up in an trade. Child King did get a glimpse of Annihilation, actually swung through the doors to chase Annihilation down. Yami trying to take space as a result of losing out on some of these mid fights, but steps were made. Yami does still come away with his fight. And Child King's scared to pursue on that trade, but finds great timing. Yami turning his attention back to B, but Dobu is there to pick up the slack. One-on-one on the site. Kaze cannot commit to the plan, because Dobu has crossed that distance so quickly. It's Kaze that wins that duel. But he knows another player is likely to be nearby. It's Child King that links up with him out through guard into connector.
Oh my god.
Kaze down to low HP, but now there's a 2-on-1 Mick with this FAMAS. He'll have no idea where Child King is because he was last seen B main. That long rotate from Child King paying off. And Rare Adam, they strike 12 first.
Listen, I know the highlight of the round is Child King getting 3 kills and all of them are fantastic, but Kaze just doesn't lose those duels. His shadow is visible. Dobu spots him coming out. Kaze isn't even going for like a full Ferrari peak wide swing, anything like it. He just immediately gets a headshot. And as much as the first half might have been a little bit of a conversation of, hey, maybe Kaze can do a little bit more, I don't think that's true anymore. And, you know, maybe it's easy to say when he's 24-12, but Kaze's taking this game on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, you see the experience and the level that Kaze can bring. The movement's clean, the considerations are key as well in these late round situations. He's been a hard man to beat when it comes to these clutch and mid rounds.
And unfortunately, we don't have a single player from Atox who's been able to stand tall and stand proud. Yami's hoping it can be him. Good damage, and Mick's got one as well. Dobu now brings it together. This could be Atox's first in this second half.
Yeah, so easy to forget that they have been barren here on CT side.
It's been so many chances as well, right?
Yeah, contentious rounds, a lot of moments that could have been Atox's, but very frequently stolen away by players like Kaze.
Time's ticking down, but money's not a problem. Rare Adam are more than comfortable to throw their bodies at Atox at this stage. This is what you can find, and well, what you can find is not very much. Kaze alone, and although he's been a little bit superhuman, it would be more than perhaps is reasonable to ask for that round.
Yeah, a little tall of an order. Don't actually know where that phrase comes from. Too tall an order.
I'm assuming when you're a contractor and like the list is just really long.
Yeah, that would make sense. Actually.
Yeah.
I thought about it as well, just as I said it. It's like maybe it's like a receipt or a receipt at a restaurant.
Yeah. I can't afford that. It's too tall. Summer's in, and while he's not in with a kill, but he is in with some stopping power. He's stopping the CDs from taking any position they want through the smoke. Damage being traded back. Cabal finally finds him. More being done, and he can't find a gun. He's left with just the USB.
Can we slow down and just rethink our choices? Because none of this has been clean from either squad. Now just walking through the smoke is Child King.
Oh my God.
And Annihilation gets caught looking at his mini-map or something. Child King just creeps in and decimates. And sure, he only gets away with that one, but this round has been so hectic, so chaotic for everyone involved. I don't think anyone knows what the right reaction is from how the round started. Everybody's in limbo at the moment. Rare Adam just regathering their thoughts because they've got Summer in a deep position in mid, but no one's there to join him or escort him as the man with the package.
Atox as well are just as bewildered. They have no information at all. They're trying to let Dobu be the one to try for a forward. If Dobu can just keep a hold of middle and Mick stays alive, this round is over. But those are two very big ifs. Dobu's going all the way. He's going all the way. And the thing is, he's not going to have the timing over here. Dobu's turned around. He barely spots it. 16 by 9. Native resolution users unite and rejoice.
This round was absolutely all over the place. I thought Dobu was going to miss it, but by him checking the mid window, just catches a glimpse, and that's the difference between a 1 round and a lost one. Right, well, so I appreciate the change in pace from Rare Adam. I think just all the rest of it was... They could use some work.
I like that you press W. I don't like all the other keys.
Well, I mean, because they got the smokes down, there were flashes. There was, like, it wasn't like they were going in haphazardly and just going fast for the sake of going fast.
I mean, to be honest, good response from Cabal being as disruptive as he was as well over there, making it chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, there were just so many smokes down, players getting tagged through them. It wasn't great.
Drop down, and what's the goal? Is he going to be trying to overrun Yami? Well, Yami is a little bit scared, and he should be. There's a lot of players coming his way. He's got nowhere to go, no flashes to help him out either. Child King is around the corner, and he's been nutty on these entries, hoping to catch them with utility in their hands, but Dobu's been caught with no hands. He can't get a kill to save his life, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Annihilation and Nick now left in the 2 versus 4. It'll be the same way that Atox started getting success. They might end up being put down a T-side half-buy.
Yeah, it's looking like it's the final curtain call here on Atox on this map. That run of form of 8 in a row coming out from T-side, it all looks so promising. But Rare Adam may just be able to punch it over the finish line here in the final moments here on Tech 9's. Rare Adam closed out 13-10 on their map pick in the series, and it got worrying when they only got 4 rounds out from their CT, but they really pulled it all together when they ended up on that T side, and a lot of that credit, I think, we said it a number of times, it has to go to Kaze with just how clean he was in those mid and late rounds.
I think Kaze was definitely the one who was making some of those contentious rounds look a lot better, right? You know, you're thinking back to the 1v2 in the pistol round that obviously starts it all. You're even thinking out to the 3v3 where Cabal, rather 3v4 where Cabal and Annihilation can't get the kill, right? There's a lot of these situations, yes, but later on, you saw Child King also really come into his own. He was kind of underperforming initially, but those T-side entries that he was giving them, you know, those mid-round initiations that he was giving them, it really goes to show you the kind of form that this Rare Adam can put up. And unfortunately for Atox, as good as they looked as in a system, and that's what I was complimenting, it really didn't look like they had a superhero.
Yeah, I mean, you have multiple on the side of Rare Adam that can sort of step up in those moments, whether it's Kaze, whether it's Child King, like you said, sort of bounding back, or whether it's somebody with some of his aggressive plays and the lurks that he was pulling off, even though his teammates were taking bomb sites. There was a lot of different sort of win conditions past the structure for the Rare Adam side on that Anubis map. So, yeah, I think even just picking into the Anubis did feel like a bit of an odd choice, perhaps, because both these teams are going to be pretty well versed on it, but you can see why Rare Adam have had so much success as of late on this map as well. They play a pretty grimy game at certain points of it, and it really works for them.
Anubis might have been an odd pick, but I think Atox have been picking Ancient for about a year and a half now, and that's what we're going to now. We're off to a break, and when we're back, it'll be time to see whether Rare Adam closes it out in 2, or are we going to 3? Welcome back to the IEM Rio qualifiers. The Rare Atom side looking very good in their debut in Anubis, of course. Kaze leading the charge, giving them that first win. And now we head over to Ancient. I'm tea time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, Ancient's obviously a pick that Atox have really liked. They've really lent on it before. But do you think that they might face some of the same issues that they did in Anubis?
Yeah, I think their CT side just felt as though players weren't the most comfortable in some of their spots. I didn't think the Anubis was really a great showing in terms of team dynamic on the CT side of things. I didn't feel like there was a lot of proper interplay, and Ancient is actually kind of all about interplay. You have to go aggressive with multiple members to take over B lane control or to dominate middle on those CT sides. You talked about some of the role clashes that could potentially arise with Dobu and Yami as well. So I'm a little concerned going into their defensive end on Ancient. But I think their T sides were all pretty well orchestrated. It is just that missing element of a superstar that you kind of correctly noted on Anubis that is something that can actually just flat out win you games, especially in the current map pool we have. Ancient is a massive staple for having these sort of massive superstars just show exactly what they can do. So I'm hoping that Yami can actually be that guy, because he was brought into this roster, or he was brought back into this roster to actually have some of that energy. We just haven't seen it just yet.
Well, time to find out. Rare Atom in this situation are going to be starting things off with a smoke and, well, basically just one set of utilities, smoke, flash, nade. Now, I'm also really curious to see how Cabal's performance is likely to be going in this situation. Because I think Cabal is the one who might end up being the one suffering the most as far as role clashes and things like that are concerned. He might be the one relegated to taking Zesta's old spots on this map in particular. But for now, Child King is taking shots, not spots. Quickly tagged down in the meanwhile. It's about Li Hang trying to hold on to the site with the smoke down. It will be a reroute from Atox, but a deep grenade. Summer loses his life to try and throw that.
Yeah, I mean, they actually drew all of the CTs right over. Somebody with his aggressive push through A main is going to catch them as they reascend up through ledge back to B. Child King tried his best, but he gets caught by a flying Cabal. 3-on-3 as they get this bomb planted over on B, but Cabal is taking extra space. Kaze answering back and just hitting some crisp headshots on that P2K. Rare Atom don't even have to really think too much about this retake. It stops before it even really gets started.
That is at least some reassurance that Kaze's form is not going to be a one and done. It is going to continue forward, and maybe it's reassurance for us because we want to see more of it. It is not reassurance for Atox. Kaze was the demon of Anubis. I know that it's supposed to be an Egyptian god, but the only god there was Chinese, rather Malaysian. Damn it!
Yeah, Malaysian. He just plays on Chinese. He's played on Chinese teams for a lot of his life. So.
His Counter-Strike is Chinese.
Yeah. Not the country that makes the player, it's the experiences, I guess.
So, and other coping mechanisms for my bad calls. Well, keeping an eye out, but Kaze's push is going to be met, this time not with the USP. Of course, he knows that with the bomb plant Atox are likely to be going for the buy over here. Now, Cabal doesn't have head armor. That's the trade-off for going for the AK. You also don't have very much utility left. So this B-sided hit is about to be met with a lot of presence, predominantly from lane, though. If they're able to move past lane and actually get into the site, the only player there has an MP9 and nothing else. That's Summer. Kits are also absent on the Rare Atom side. They prioritize head armor for clear reasons.
Atox are going to feel pretty limited in what they actually can do with the resources they have. Two smokes, a Molotov and a splash. Molly will be used to try and flush out Cave, but it draws Child King out. It does a lot of damage in his pursuit. Mick able to double up as Li Hang tried to capitalize on that drawn attention. Kaze still holding on to middle and actually flooring Cabal. They will have to finish B here, but with Mick being so low, there could be a free kill for Summer to collect on rather quickly.
He's going to be the first one to take contact. All he needs is a single bullet, but he can't get it. Damage instead dealt by Mick is going to be enough to let Dobu finish off the kill. And now somebody's been brought down low as well. Flashes to sail forward, and it's all fallen apart. Rare Atom. That one exchange out towards lane where they lose two players for one, that's what ends up costing them. Child King trying to get aggressive. headed the Molotov rather than retreating, and just couldn't get the kills from that. Now Atox will be turning things around.
Yeah, you just think about how different this round is if Mick is dispelled of inside of cave. Would have allowed them to more safely reapproach that B-bomb site. That extra room, maybe even an escape path there for Summer, but things just didn't line up that way. So Atox, even though they lose the pistol, they do come away with that second round, and they'll lose quite a lot of money with the collection on these extra kills as well by Kaze at the end. Even the AK dropped into the ether, not collected upon after they finally deal with Kaze at the end of it. And you have to think Rare Adam, they buy right back, and that they will. 5.7s and M4 given over to Kaze. And I can see why you would drop Kaze in this situation. He has really had the hot hand here for Rare Adam.
And he has a hot spot. It feels like he can. Going over to the B-bomb set early on, that's where Atox have concentrated as well.
And the thing is, you know, we were looking at the head-to-head between Annihilation and Kaze, and I was saying Annihilation on some of these rifles, like his work is, I give the edge to Annihilation, but it has actually been Kaze throughout this series so far.
Child King is just trying to keep the pressure on from Cave, but Dobu taking peeks in the middle. He has to be careful. He's been chased down. Somebody was closer than expected. And now a Galil recovered as well. It's go time into the B side. It's now or never. But Child King's holding on with his USP. A CZ to cover the cross as well. This is not going to be an easy scale. Close range, these pistols will be deadly. But Yami and Mick have no problems dispatching them whatsoever. Elbow spotted and Kaze pushed away. They might have to save here.
Yeah, and they probably should. They come in with one more rifle than they actually bought into this round. The spam from somebody is great. Does a lot of damage onto Yami, but doesn't finish off on that frag. And if he'd at least gotten that kill, they could have felt more incentivized to go for this. But yeah, no kits available. Not exactly great positions to go in for that retake. So Rare Adam call it quits. Does it feel weird that... I don't know, I almost feel like Cabal is being targeted. From CT Anubis to here as well on Asian there.
I think it's
a lot of attention. He's at least keeping a lot of attention on him, and he's not winning his fight as frequently as maybe you'd like.
I think it's just very known that Cabal really does like to stick to that sort of heavy lurk style, and middle is his territory on Ancient. It has been forever, basically. So, you know, in some of these half-buy situations and some of these, you know, hey, let's try and get a push out and let's get information situations, maybe it's just a symptom of Atox's style being read into for sure, not necessarily Cabal himself being countered out. It's just Cabal is a mechanism through which they are able to do it. Summer. This cheetah fight has not been going well for whoever is here, be it Child King, be it Summer.
Yeah, does somebody else want to try and take Cheetah? Or maybe they should just all go together. Maybe there'll be strength in numbers. But the number of rifles coming into this round was double what they had in the last, and it's been successful. A nice little boost up there for Kaze, somebody winning his duel as well. On that player, just trying to clear things out through mid.
Oh.
Kaze even getting a second where that came from in his defensive B. So down to 2 members are Atox. Pretty lackluster buy on the side of Rare Adam. Could have been another kill there for Child King, but he still has no kills to add to the tally. Just kind of all teed up for Kaze to find great success. Dobu was already weakened, and now Mick making a desperate play through this smoke, but he has escaped through it. There is a quick pursuit, though, from somebody. Smokes, you can't venture through them. Somebody's got your number.
A little bit of an oversight over there from Yami inside the B house, right? He's watching out for Child King to back off in that position, and he's completely forgotten that there was a boost, and that, you know, the other player might be nearby, so Yami is so tunnel vision, and he can't adjust for Kaze. Then when Child King dies, Kaze just takes up his spot again, so Dobu feels comfortable saying, hey, yeah, B ramp is clear, Child King just died there, I don't have to care about it. So really nice round coming through over here from Kaze and Child King both, even if Child King doesn't get a kill with it.
I think in a 2-on-4, though, you also have to you have to gamble to a certain extent. You know, you don't basically have the resources, the manpower to clear absolutely everything. And yeah, Dobu took an incorrect guess as to how Kaze would position himself. It's not uncommon for a double push down B ramp, but to do so in a 4-on-2, it just wasn't considered by Atox.
Another swing round. Atox still has a solid chance of making this work out, but the flashbang's been dodged. Somebody just went down. He won't be able to save his teammate. He can't save much at all. In fact, even his own life. Taken away. And Child King better break that egg that he's got on his score. Can't sit on 0 for much longer. He's given too much responsibility for something like it.
He needs to crack open that Kinder for a cute little gift. They have doubled up over on B, and they have a nice little bait and switch call inside of cave, but Summer also has to be worried about the progress out from ramp. Kaze getting that kill as well, really accelerated. Maybe even cause them to not fully clear out these positions. Child King breaking through and finally getting onto the scoreboard with a nice double out from cave. Snake that tries to cross out to long, but Child King triples up from that position. Sure, somebody is having a rough go of things, but Child King is now on the server, and Rare Adam are going to be very happy he's collected on a triple there.
That turns things around completely. Atox is going to be reset. Okay, they're only buying a smoke and a flashbang, nothing else. Okay,
Yeah.
this is alright. Their loss bonus is 2400. They won't have an AWP out for Annihilation in the next round either, and we know that's a priority for them, so that is also something to consider. If they can get the bomb plant in over here, that would be a nice boon. Deep nades, Child King, flash overhead. Needs to try and cut them off, will do so. Now comes the farming time, but he's planted the seeds. The spray is great. It's all about Child King, but Atox still get the job done.
Yeah, one smoke and a plant, and even though they've won the round very handily because of Child King's spray and transfer, they still had trouble finding the bomb at the very end of it. That was disgusting from Child King. The second kill on the spray was not the cleanest, but the immediate snap onto the third at ramp. That was juicy.
They do go for
Child
the full
King and
5 AK
Jamyang
setup.
on the same team.
Oh yeah, dude, that would be fire. The anchoring opposite sides as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, guys, you better have some 6 flashes for us actually.
They're both 30 bullet warriors.
The M4A4 Kings of China. Summer though, he's got to pull his gun out again. Caught in the reload a little bit early, and that means that Atox is fully scaled up. This is going to be a 5-on-5 retake. Atox are very happy with this. They've still got another smoke, 5 flashes, a Molotov. This is going to be a nearly impossible retake now. You've got 4 players trying to funnel in through CT. At some point you have to barrel forward. You'll be facing into Yami and company. Yami cuts off the first. The spam is enough to dissuade. Rare Adam knows they've just misplayed this.
Yeah, I mean, to have conceded the B bomb site so rapidly is actually a bit outrageous. Sure, the player positions from spawn from Rare Adam just, I guess, weren't conducive to it, but Summer has to show some presence, because they go up ramp at the very opening segment of this round, and Summer offers a flashbang, a Molotov to lane, but there's no presence in cave, there's no one even challenging the ramp, there's no smoke down either.
I'll have you know, he also shot 10 times and then reloaded without seeing anyone, okay?
Yeah, well, it's
It's
just outrageous that Atox are allowed to take the bomb site and still have as many smokes and Molotovs as they do. Like you said, it was just going to be a very difficult retake for Rare Adam, regardless of what they did from there on out. So, very clear that Summer got caught off guard by the extra pace that Atox applied to that round.
Okay, the ball's in the middle. Summer's got a response over there on the bench as well, and now Summer wants a little bit more, but again, these reloads are really coming back to haunt him. Child King, at the very least, will perform a quick exorcism. And now, it's on the shoulders of somebody. And those shoulders very capable for the first, and even repositioning backwards into Donut. Child King position given up, and the nade will do some damage, not enough. Dobu has crept all the way into the A site, and with position having shown off over to Cheetah, this might be a misread coming up from Rare Adam. Dobu's been given full control of the site, and he's not prioritizing the plan. He's going all the way through. He wants to get a kill before he goes for this, and that's what somebody's hoping to catch off.
Yeah, things are going to get weird, though, if somebody gets the frag, but no, Dobu comes away with it. It leaves unscathed as well, so he gets that kill that he was fishing for, and now gets a plant down. They're playing completely detached. Two long-standing teammates rejoining here on Atox, and they are playing each other's spots perfectly. A nice cutoff there from Cabal, who can now link up for this post-plant, but they have Kaze to beat past, and he's been the man to beat in these late rounds.
Molotov might have done most of the work for them. Can't get the first kill, and he is out of there. He knows that the CT economy isn't exactly something that will be given time to resettle. He would rather save the agility over here. I have to say, after somebody gets that kill over there, Child King must have just frantically been giving that call out for B house or something like it, because obviously Dobu hadn't given out a single step or anything like it. So that split apart approach in the 2 versus 3 works out really well for Atox.
Yeah, they may have even thought it was a double push in through CT, because it's such an outrageous play to go deep spawn with the bomb by yourself. You know, Dobu died, the round is done, but he also made the play that basically secures the round for them. So high risk, high reward.
Child King. Now he will trade, but it's all about Summer right now. Atox knows the possibility of someone's coming here, but maybe not all the way into ramp. What is going on? Rare Adam can't catch a break.
Yami's doing a lap, and Summer has kind of done the same, but he's also cleared everything out on B, so they can feel a little safer knowing that Summer has this position, Cave being compromised, but the ramp was empty. Big question is, do Atox even still finish B?
Kaze, the Molotov doesn't actually spread to him. You're not going to be aware of this. Summer's only good for the one, but Kaze is unexpected, so he's able to take one more down. Annihilation, position known, and with the Molotov dissuading him from going much further, he knows he has to close the distance and get the kill. Kaze's swing, though, is unexpected, and he is now 12-1. And this is not a game where they're dominating. This is not a game where Rare Adam have been coming through flawless. Kaze is just the only one who has.
Now, if he's not been killing them all, he's been saving. And even when he's saving, he's still killing all of them usually. So, Kaze's feeling pretty good. Just this whole series, really. So I won't be too happy about how that round played out. Could have been cleaner. Felt awkward in certain moments, but the way that Kaze has been shooting, able to rectify that problem. Once again, they do get up towards the B bomb site relatively unscathed, but you know, lots of damage on their approach, and actually just not enough space to even get the plant down. Dobu gets spammed out from Child King, and now Kaze as well, a nade and an AWP shot to really pull it all together. At first, Atox were happy that they got up that B ramp so quickly, but they get gunned and spammed down to very low health, and their prospects fizzled up very quickly. I said unscathed, but at first I really meant to say undetected at first, but when they were detected, it didn't really seem to really come together for it all.
Yeah, not the most scathing regardless. Aggression this time from Child King all the way through the smoke. It is a double-pronged assault. Both prongs finding success, and for Atox, this really does mean conceding over 7 to Rare Adam, almost guaranteed, maybe even more than that, given the state of their economy.
This smoke is very weird. It allows Falcon to be isolated for a fight, but just round the edge of it, Yami getting partial gray screened. Falcon does get his kill. Cabal trading, but they now have Cabal completely locked in, and Summer just waiting for that smoke to fade to catch Annihilation. 7 rounds here from Rare Atom already on the CT side, large in part due to the form of Kaze, but also the emergence of Child King. You know, he was a slumber for the first 4 to 5 rounds, but since then he's just been finding multi-kills galore on this B-bomb site. It's a very top-side heavy kill or scoreboard for this Rare Atom squad.
It's a faster play. It's into A. Atox have changed it up. And there isn't anyone available on the site. This has paid off for them before, but with flashes and something like it, Liang has a chance to take an initial duel. He's into the flames. He's burning alive. Annihilation will put him out of his misery and find an advantage with that. Recover the AK as well. This is getting troublesome. Somebody needs to get this kill, but instead he's been forced away. He's been brought down low. Annihilation has done more than his job.
Chance there for Kaze to have equalized back into a 4-on-4. Summer does find his kill just as he tries to transition into Dona. In fact, it overrun Dobu as well, but he's lost all of his teammates. All the meanwhile, no further prospects on this play, and it will be a 5th round here for Atox as we send ourselves into the second half. We'll be back after the break.
75, Rare Adam not able to get the 8th. Atox finding a few extra rounds where they get unprotected bomb sites, but now on the CT side of things, this is where they struggled on Anubis. Will it be similar stories here on Ancient?
Yeah, I have worries, I have concerns, and it's mainly because Kaze is the king. 16-2. That's a hell of a scoreline to have coming away from 12 rounds of play. See if he can keep up that form here on this T side as well. Because I have questions about Atox's defense, but my questions for Kaze are more about how high can he go. King running his interference over towards that A bomb site, does get his 1 kill, but ends up traded. The rest of the attack is towards B, and somebody has a player locked into the cubby, but they're losing members, and they're losing them fast. It's only Kaze that remains, and Yami able to dispatch of him, even though Mix survives on that singular point of health. He is no longer needed. He got all the kills he needed to on the pursuit. Atox taking CT pistol.
Good to see Mick getting back into it. He definitely didn't have the best of maps on Anubis either, and Mick is the kind of player where I think he goes a little bit underrated on this team, but it doesn't feel like he's necessarily blossomed into what he could have been, right? So, always good to see him getting a little bit more involved in the pistol round. Hopefully he can carry that form forward.
Mongolian IQ.
It is pretty high.
I believe that's his origin, right? He's supposed to be MIQ, but then people just start calling him Mick, and he's like, well, it's sticking now. Or at least that's what I was led to believe by watching the Blitz Mongol vlog.
I have heard he's a bit of a troll, so that might not be true.
It also might just be completely false information. But it's in video, so it's now canon.
Someone edited the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, him. Well, we're really ringing the stone for water here on the side of Rare Adam. Got Glocks and a P250, but they're making Atox gas. And the pistols are going to be actually able to overwhelm Dobu inside of Cheetah. It's Glocks that overwhelm an SMG. Well, often that's the case, but bomb has been dropped as he tries to ascend up ledge to B. Annihilation here with Mick to make sure that the A bomb or the B bomb side doesn't actually get taken over. So no problems here for Atox, even though they didn't farm as much money as they'd like, perhaps, on those submachine guns. They'll happily take a clean enough round where all rifles are protected.
They sound so powerful when you say the full words, like submachine guns. Like, wow.
Yeah, but now they have assault rifles.
It doesn't pack the same punch. I don't know. I associate machine gun too much with like 80s action movies.
Where are the heavy machine guns? Where's the love for the Negev and M249?
That is a heavy nade that maybe lands a little bit lighter on some of the shoulders. No mid control from either team. I have just been content in exchanging utility for it and keeping eye lines out. Summer will, the child team will start spraying forward. Let's see what they're
into the spam there from Dobu, because it was going to be a wild miss until Summer deployed his nade. So damage is pretty good there for Dobu, considering he's conceding his spot inside of Cheetah. These players are wounded in their approach. And Dobu hears all that audio. A reload inside of Cheetah, knows it's been compromised. But they only leave somebody, or rather, Lihang in position. Chao King just swinging out towards Donut. Did have a flash coupled up for that swing. Now moving inside of red. Annihilation is considering this as a possibility, but Child King is being such a nuisance. Extra damage done. Annihilation just has to try and hold his spot.
Child King didn't actually have a flash. That was a flash swing for Child King. It didn't go far enough. Dobu, though, takes somebody down. Bomb can't be planted too easily. A lot of damage being dealt. Even Kaze being brought down low. And Chalkin getting a little bit suspicious of a player coming in from behind. Instead, he's got the timing. Nick's got the kills. And Lihan can't get responses. Child King in a 1-on-3. With the defuse being tapped, knows this round is over. I cannot believe he's still trying to go for a little bit of damage over here.
Yeah, they had full recognition about where he was. So I am actually surprised as well. Atox didn't just stick it immediately. But maybe concerned that Chalkin could line up a spam, perhaps. Even just from lane into the bomb site. That was not to be. That was basically the only way that Chalkin could have won the round, because he was going to be far too late. Just needed his teammates to buy some time before he relinked with them. Nicely handled from Atox. Good urgency as well once they realized that there was a late flank pushed forward before Chalkin could get into position. Only 2 rifles brought forward here by Rare Adam. A significant economy advantage, but full execute on this B-bomb site. 2 smokes that are down. No quick ascension up through the B ramp. Dobu has to be very cautious about how he expends these bullets, because there's multiple players around the back of that smoke. He does get wrapped in the end. Kaze overwhelming, but he's the man with the bomb. He actually will be able to transition into the bomb site, and there's no Molotov to stop his planting of that package, but he does get spammed down, and so that's one of the rifles lost, only holding on to Cave for this post plant.
They're going to be smoked off immediately. They need to just shoot through the smoke, run through the smoke, do everything they can, and when at least one of those is working, Child King in the meanwhile is thinking about repositioning, but they're just not going to be the time. The spam is not on point. Yami can get the full defuse. They can't do anything about this. Now comes the spam, but again, just not enough. You can't hold on to that post-plant position with everyone relying on just a spam.
Well, you can. It's just it's not a very high percentage. You know, it's not going to work for you more often than not. You saw the off-axis diffuse from Yami because the bomb is planted a little too far to the left on that default position, and you know that's extra information that they would have even gathered from how quickly they killed Kaze coming off of that plant. So nice heads up thinking there from Atox to actually stop themselves from getting spammed, because you know that second attempt from Child King was actually pretty on, if not for the fact that there was a player safeguarding and body blocking those bullets. Yeah, it's not the most replicable strategy to simply play your post plants from cave and trying to spam everyone off the defuse.
All the way in the middle. He's had a tough going to these past few maps, but right now he's trying to respond. Damage is good, but Cause is the one to close. Yami forced away. Also not had the most success necessarily from Donut, but Dobu's been doing more than his job. Mick now taken down. He's been great on the CT side, and now comes in the flank for Dobu as well. He doesn't know where to go. Every single one of these CT players is so isolated, and they have no information on 2 of these T sides.
Aggression from Yami is so good. Lihang, just able to turn. Yami's clearing all the nooks and crannies coming out through red, and that extra patience, the stop and freeze from Rare Adam, given the deep positions they held, it racks up dividends. Just incredibly profitable for them to have slowed the roll. Leaving Annihilation as that last man that was spotted on that A bomb site, so it's a safe B plant. Even saving this ult will be difficult. Summers inserted himself into a troublesome angle should he decide to approach from spawn to B. But Annihilation should be able to escape with this AWP. Adam are putting it all together though. I mean, they're clearing everything, and there's only so many possibilities for Annihilation to have found a little hidey hole.
He's been fought. Okay, Lihang is back. That's a nice shot.
Yeah.
And that means there won't be an AWP over here for Atox unless Annihilation wants to go feel a little bit cold outside in the winter. Well, choose not to go nude, and it is All about those M4s and a 5-7 from Cabal. This is breaking point for Atox. Ray Adam will have enough money to be able to buy into the next regardless, but the round differential might become concerning for them. So really, a big swing round when it comes to the fate of this game here and now.
Obviously not able to have as much impact as maybe he'd like in the opening rounds coming into the second half. Into this half, 16 and 2. And prior to getting that double was only able to get the one requisite to his name. That's a great spam from Lee Hung. I mean, you say he's back, but I'm not sure I quite believed you. With every bullet connecting on the spam, I'm with you now.
Still has a little bit more to do. Dobu's gonna be undetected, but Child King trades him. Yami still inside middle, providing a little bit more. Somebody pushes through his full flash. White screen. And that extra bit of aggression is enough to force him away, but Annihilation is just off, holding an off angle.
And because he's heard no steps, he's not calling rotates over just yet. One smoke thrown is not a clear indicator that the B bomb site is under siege. Cabal has started to gravitate over as somebody starts to investigate the A bomb site, but this will be a B-sided finish. Bomb's still outside of those B doors. If somebody can fish for a kill and cause a ruckus, then it may draw the defense of Atox over.
They start to move, but they've decided to stay planted in. They've got the call that there's no more steps, and now comes out the crawl forward. Annihilation right into. And despite there being no success on that A site, none was needed. All down to Yami. Players are low. He's got the first one through the smoke. Kaze just falls to a stray bullet. Only Summer. Yami looking for 4. Summer looking for 9 for his team. And the one-on-one, Yami's going to be going forward to fully clear this one out. It's all about the swing, and Summer gets the timing. Beautifully done. And 9 on the board for Rare Adam. Atox have their money put into the ground.
I think the big thing for Kaze this whole series is just how diligent this guy is. He's got incredible awareness. Even with as much space as he was given towards that ramp side, you know, there was no utility out from long. There was no shots fired, no nothing. And he hard cleared for Annihilation's position. You know, it's an off angle. It's a hard position to clear in a traditional execute, but in a 2-on-2 on that bomb site, just, I mean, it was a fantastic clear there from Kaze. It's basically round winning as well. We're looking at all these AWPers shuffle around in the Chinese scene. It was actually hard to land a home, I think, for Kaze. I was maybe worried for him in the sense that, you know, he's such an experienced veteran player of the domestic scene.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I find it rare that, you know, these heavily experienced players are actually able to showcase what that experience does to you as a player, and the way you sort of meticulously clear or that sort of level. It can be hard to demonstrate that in games in the way that people are always sort of like, when you say experience, what do you mean by that? But Kaze's providing a showcase.
We got an aggression from Making Dobu. This is what we saw from Rare Adam as well. In that second last round of the first half. And it honestly does the exact same thing. Apparently just a really good call. Great way to change the pace for sure.
There's been a couple of instances where Rare Adam have actually put 4 towards that B lane, but this time they get segmented. Didn't go for quite as committed a call off of spawn, and Atox will happily take that. Only having to deal with those first 2 players. And as you do, 5-on-3, you've got your advantage. They now peel back into those bomb sites.
Great Molotov is going to be flushing out Yami, forcing him to use that smoke. Nate also, he just walks further into it, and he's revealing his position. Child King wants to proceed forward. He knows it's all about taking a risk and making a play right now. And with Yami trying to fire through, oh my god, Child King. He's
What?
fighting inside the smoke. They have to realize that eventually Yami needs to just shoot over here. He doesn't. He thinks it's a wall. Time's running down low. Oh my god, they're rotating away from the B side as well. They're no longer reinforcing it because they're worried about middle. It's suddenly getting sweaty. It's getting hairy. The bomb will be down. There's no Molotov to prevent it. There's no kit to defuse it. And there's no advantage to fight back into it. Somebody now, with mixed position given up, is waiting for Child King to get in position for a double swing through. They're going to take this duel. Child King will win it. And he continues this reign of terror on the B bomb site. Only Kaze left. Cabal has recovered. Maybe it's not all disaster. Oh. And Dobu will assuage a rare miss from Kaze, and Atox recover, but it is not without far too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that that one kill from Child King in mid is enough for Atox to just vacate the B bomb site. You know, given how late he was going for a play like that, simply waiting out the smoke that Yami had deployed to save himself, or at least buy himself some extra time. Atox didn't think that there was a possibility to still finish towards B, and in all that chaos, it really does get hairy. There was a real fighter's chance that Rare Adam close, even in the Kaze 1-on-2. But even still, you know, even with Kaze and Child King both respectively popping off, really. It is still a tight game.
Shout out to Cabal as well in that previous round. Obviously, he's had a bad game so far as well. And like I said, I did think he was the one likely to suffer the most as far as being moved away from, you know, that proactive mid-side role that he was taking before. But in that retake, comes in, gets the double kill in, makes it work. Without that, yeah, game over.
Also, am I not wrong? I seem to remember Cabal playing Cave. But maybe that's because I just attribute, because I know he's a shotgun guy.
No, Dobu plays Cave. Cabal was playing mid.
Yeah, I seem to have recollections of Cabal playing inside of Cheetah. But maybe that was many moons ago.
I think sometimes it like doubled up. Or when he has a shotgun, he does go there. Or maybe I'm just wrong and you're right.
Yeah, I mean...
Either way, he's being
knows?
relegated from a great high fragging position to, you know, a much more difficult anchoring spot where you're very lonely, where you're waiting a lot of the time, where you're on retakes a lot of the time.
You're very frequently smoked off and Molotoved off, and, you know, they use a lot of resources to make your fights difficult. Yeah, I see that. But if we get Inferno, I'll get all the shotgun shenanigans I'm really looking for.
I remember a Cabal Max 7. But I don't think he wants to remember it. He'd rather stay on these rifles for the rest of the team. MP9's fine for him as well. Should Atox misstep here, then that previous round becomes all the more frustrating. It's swing rounds all day right now for Atox. And I don't think they're too happy with that. Need to pop open the smoke, and no vision found for Yami. And with 3 players in middle, this could be an overstep from Yami because of it, but he decides to back off, play a little bit more defensive. And that'll pay off for now.
This is the most committed we've seen Atox actually defend that A bomb site. They have a boost up for Cabal as well as Annihilation to draw attention away. It's on Yami really to win that duel, but also provide some additional assistance on B so that they don't know about this extra man that's dedicated towards that A bomb site. Off of that timeout, they are expecting that Rare Adam could just change directions. The spam is good from Atox. Some were brought down to 36 HP, and with how little success they've found on B, they are starting to gravitate back to that A bomb site. This feels like it could be a death trap.
Yeah, there's 2 players here. Annihilation responds out as well. Molotov there. Child King moves through it. It doesn't get even a tick of damage out. Annihilation isn't expecting him here. Child King gets him off, but Yami and Cabal In the meanwhile, we'll be trading away. This MP9 doing much more than expected. It gives Yami time to rotate as well. A triple for him in the round, and he's not done yet. Lihang trying to keep the pressure up, and in a 1v3, he's got so much to do and so little to do it with.
Fantastic work there from Yami. First kill is as clean as it could be, and then immediate recognition of what's happening. As soon as Annihilation spots that player inside of Donut, that Molotov comes down, Yami is fleet-footed in providing additional support out from CT. And they weren't going to expect Cabal. Sure, they clear for him, but, you know, Annihilation has been very frequently alone on that A-bomb site. And that extra presence does go a long way.
Oh, okay. That's a lot more damage than what it was going to be. Liang. Tag down.
Going straight through the smoke. The flash that lines it up by Lihang is perfect. Chowking
He's going for another one. Oh my
not
God.
deterred by smokes whatsoever, as it would appear, but this time he won't get the better end of the stick. Fades, and Dobu gets a clear view of his assailant before he even assails.
They're trying to get a better vantage point to try and feast on those cave players. Instead, it's Ramp that he's making a meal off. Meanwhile, Lihang once again left all alone, 1 versus 4, and sure he gets himself 2, but it just doesn't feel like he's got anything to do. The bomb is so far away, the time is slow. The only advantage he has is that Atox's players are pretty segmented off. With the steps he's giving out, he makes it possible. But Annihilation had just that small gap to peek through. Atox find map point.
Yeah, if Annihilation was even slightly hesitant or took one extra step the wrong direction, it's very likely that Lihang brings that into a proper vacuumed 1v1 where they have full information of each other's position, and things could have gone any way from then on out. Lihang has had these flashes for Rare Adam, but it may not be enough. Atox line already. Annihilation and opening line, and he spots a lot of presence outside of A. He'll call for Mick as that additional assistance. In fact, Annihilation ascending the box as well. Rare Adam have to know that a lot of information has already been given up so quickly, and without them having kind of deep space over towards that B-bomb site, it's very difficult for them to reset. And we're not within earshot to hear all the utilities sailing out onto B. There could be deep presence out from CTs. So they basically have to continue with this philosophy because of the fact that they went so committed to an A-sided start.
Shadow spotted. Much earlier than maybe they'd expect, but flash in their face and Annihilation has been forced away. That's a position that he's found a lot of success from before. A good kill to start off, but he can't get the second. Rare Adam into the site, but they don't get themselves quite lined up for Cabal. Still 3-on-2, but these T's are low and the bomb isn't planted yet. Mick gets it done and even distracts long enough for Yami to come in behind. The smoke will be fading soon. He knows it as well. He sees those particles going away, and Child King even puts Lihang in the grave himself. Rare Adam will take a knee. Atox bring it all back together on that CT side.
Yeah, and that final round as well, that was that Mongolian IQ at work. He used perfect echolocation. You know, heard that bomb plant happening on the right side of the site and just knew that he would have an angle just as that smoke fades. So, I mean, really well done in from Atox. Some fantastic work just collectively as a squad. Didn't have the same sort of pop-offs like we saw from the likes of these Rare Adam members. You know, Kaze was having a great game. Child King was having a great game. And there was honestly not a lot of leeway in terms of sort of extra kills for the rest of the squad. I think, as far as I could sort of tell, just glancing at it throughout this game, Atox had less frags throughout this entire map than the Rare Adam members did, but they were winning rounds still so consistently and much cleaner as well. So, a fantastic job recovering and bringing us into a full 3-map series, meaning that we are destined for an Inferno.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rare Adam, even their 2 big fraggers came with a couple of caveats, right? Kaze obviously could never be expected to take that same form into the second half, right? It just wasn't going to be possible. You're not getting a second, 16-2 situation. So he was always going to slow down a bit. And then Child King, although he was getting some really good kills, you also saw some of that madness come back to haunt him, right? Like, he pushes through the smoke, gets 1 kill, goes forward and tries to look for Dobu again, really trying to press every advantage he can find, and that doesn't always work for you. So in a lot of those close rounds, it'll, end up kicking you down. And unfortunately, Ray Adam got the worst end of the stick because they didn't have the rest of the supporting cast, right? You really didn't have Lee Han go online, even if I tried to manifest it. Apparently, you're not the only one who sucks at manifesting, Michael. Somebody as well wasn't really necessarily feeling the most impactful. You didn't see that boundless aggression from him either. This was a much weaker Rare Adam, and Atox bounced on it.
But I mean, you're, in the same way that you're talking about the sort of double-edged sword of Child King going for some of these risky plays, it almost felt like without Child King or Kaze finding like a double entry or a nice double opener of some capacity between the pair of them, there was effectively no other pry bars, and that's where that missing sort of presence from somebody, the sort of boundless aggression, just didn't really pan out in the way that I guess more traditionally on Rare Adam's maps would. Somebody's presence would be more felt, like it was on Anubis as well. So. Yeah, I think they just noticed they had to funnel these star players into these places where they could effectively win rounds for the rest of the squad, because outside of that, it was a little lackluster.
Well, Michael, you said that Inferno would be a fun time if we got to it, and I am ready for that fun time. But before we actually make our way over to the map itself, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Inferno will be our deciding ground.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Oh, oh, oh. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, that is searing. My head is spinning.
Back and forth just the way we like it. It's all about Inferno. And listen, we might have started being a little bit like, oh my god, Inferno kind of sucks. But I'm warming up to it again. I feel like it's getting back to a good decider map territory, even if it might not be goated anymore. I'm teed up with Michael Yumi Cassidy. This is the IEM Rio Asia Qualifiers. Rare Adam and Atox tied 1-1.
Yeah, and even though Rare Adam seems to be kind of firing on their stars at the moment, it seems as though the structure of Atox is actually sort of bleeding through in some of these rounds. You know, some great lurking plays, some great finishes in Coles especially. I was worried about their CT side on Ancient, but they really did pull it together and had some really solid rotations and changes in their setups as well that caught Rare Adam off guard. So yeah, going into an Inferno, I'm kind of of the same opinion. You know, I feel like I'm almost warming up to the map. They made some changes to the skybox and, you know, some of the roofing on this map that has enabled for easier access to some of the smokes and utility that is sort of more akin to traditional Inferno coming out from CSGO into CS2. But we're still yet to see how everything sort of develops as the map matures further in this iteration. But we're going to get to see it in the third map in this series, Atox and Rare Adam battling it out in the opening round of the IEM Rio Asia Close Qualifier. And Rare Adam starting on this T side while Mick is close to the half wall. The rest of Rare Adam are not too far behind Child King.
Getting ready for those flashes. He'll never come. Child King gets the one. Dobu needs flashes to come through and help him out, but Cabal doesn't get them at the right place. Now he's all alone, a lonely man in a bomb site full of terrorists.
Yeah, just gets swarmed, doesn't he? Li Hang able to get that player out from CT, and with Annihilation and Yami coming in as these late rotates, they have heavily separated. It's Yami that tries to approach on his flank towards Banana, but somebody was there to lock that one down. Yami does dispatch of him, but Li Hang is taking up position up close and personal with Dualies, and this will be a hard position to clear out. Yeah, Li Hang just a full swing, even though the trade is immediate. Kaze just knows he can keep tabs on Annihilation, pepper him down. With his 31 HP and no kit available, this round is already done. Rare Adam punching in with this pistol off of a nice double entry from Child King.
Terrorists win.
Well, okay, Kaze really just conceded himself to die with the bomb there.
I think we started the series off talking about Annihilation versus Kaze and maybe giving the edge to Annihilation a little bit, especially in that first half of Anubis. It really looked like it was going to be the case. Since then, obviously, things have completely turned around in the Malaysian favor, but Inferno is where both of these guys have been touted as kind of specialists at certain points. You know, both of these players have been able to take over games with their AWP on either side.
And for wildly different styles.
Yeah.
More positioning and nice fallback protocols, and Annihilation was a little bit more in your face, up to the wall. He did rein it in over his career, but we still see glimpses, we see flashes of it, and that's kind of the right way to be that aggressive player when you're trying to level up in your domestic scene. Or even internationally, really.
You said we'd get to see all those shotguns. Yami's the one wielding his. He is also a Mag 7 enjoyer, but we will not be able to enjoy it actually put to use over here on this B-bomb site. But he does come down to whatever can be found by Dobu with basically 0 HP left on him. He is being quite elusive inside the smokes, but evasion only means a percentage, and with your HP that low, you're gonna die. Okay, nice shot.
Oh,
okay.
And he gets the money too.
This is great damage opportunities over here for the CT side. Atox can completely cordon off Rare Adam's retreat pathways, and look, although they wanted to win this round, obviously that's why you force buy in. At least there's consolation.
No,
He gets 2 kills.
he does indeed get 2 with that Mag 7, so Nice little cash injection there for Yami off of his Mag 7 investment. He reaps the returns. But the round was Rare Adam's, regardless of how many kills he got on that Mag 7. It was a little too far gone. Should be able to pretty comfortably drop in AWP over to Annihilation in an upcoming gun round. Oh my, if the gun round is even really required for Atox to get their first round on the board. 2 Deeg kills either side of the map, one from A and one from B. Now these guns are not recoverable here for Atox, so the issue doesn't compound. And there's only those 2 Deegs that they have to really worry about, but Atox are starting to gravitate their players over. Annihilation does find out that somebody has crept up towards those arches. Sure, somebody gets tagged, but we'll have to deal with Dobu. Okay, oh, sorry, Yami at the back of the bomb site. Nice clean kill on somebody jumping over, and Kaze does trade, but a man advantage for Atox. And while that plant was going down, that really would have been their best opportunity to swarm. Only one player would have had their gun drawn, but now with smokes down, there's still a Molotov available here for Kaze as well. It's good damage from Atox, but unlikely to be a round win with it. I think if you can just go back and get the AKs.
I mean, even if you can get just one more kill over here to the bomb or anything like it, that would be great. But yeah, they choose the least likely outcome, which is actually winning the round over here for themselves. Not the worst situation, but you know, just not ideal. Still, you will have the AWP out for Annihilation, dropped over by Yami, courtesy of those double Mag 7 kills. If Yami's coming alive on this map, though, that's going to be a very interesting X factor, because so far it has been about system versus stars. If you can add that one extra variable, things can go topsy-turvy very quickly.
And I'm hoping they do. Good blow to smoke bottom B, and the spam from Dobu is right on the money. Coupling up between him and Mick, they were spamming either edge of the smoke. Kill is a nice and safe one. The ball does get taken down over towards those arches though, so it's back to equal numbers. Yami's damage is great, and even the clear to the apartments is fantastic. King on that low health does still find another kill with it, but Yami on his low HP didn't want to take on that duel, and so Mick will be the one that actually sweeps up the pieces over on that A-bomb site. First round for Atox, and all of it's courtesy of some good utility and good starting damage, but then also some of that Yami flair.
Yeah. They lose the AWP, but that's okay. Rare Adam won't really have the best of buys over here, so maybe the AWP would have been hampering you against the Tech 9s regardless. Doesn't feel like the Chinese teams in the past few years have necessarily been as good at innovating half-by-round set plays to try and get something to work. That's where generally the Mongolian sides have been much better at programming through some small little gimmicks, some small executes. Maybe Rare Adam can buck the trend.
Well, they go for a 4A setup here for Atox side. After there was minimal presence thrown towards B. Atox decided that was the best course of action, just leaving Mick as this sole defender. And with that smoke finally leaving his hands, he will buy himself some extra time with it, as well as time for Cabal to get in on that rotate. But the Tech 9 just jumping through and overwhelming. He was hoping to buy a little bit more time and space, maybe even get a couple of kills before falling. Instead, Rare Adam take the bomb site with no casualties.
It's going to be a very delayed rotation out from Yami on Banana as well. Cabal and company have to lead the charge into multiple smokes because Mick hadn't actually used his last one. So the T's are able to recover and deploy that. Back out to CT. Time's running out. Rare Adam are going to be able to reclaim out onto Banana as well, and it's an immediate save call from Atox. This is exactly what they had to avoid, and they're even taking so much damage. Their responses do not matter. For Rare Adam, even if you can just keep these two players alive, it's more than enough, and, well, they might get even more damage on top of it. They know where Cabal is. Maybe they don't.
They had suspicions, but yeah, no firm confirmation. So they should be able to muster together a buy. I think one player will be shortchanged, and it appears that will be... Oh, no, never mind. I'm surprised they squeezed together 5 M4s out from this. My math, not as good as theirs. Not a whole lot of util alongside it as well. Good barrage of utility at the start here, though, from Rare Adam. Pulls Mick off his perch, the nade deep onto Kaze, brings him down to 5 HP, and Child King immediately floored as that smoke is blown wide open. They're walking very wounded. Yami caught with a Molotov out, though, tried to delay for perfect timing, and it's Annihilation that doubles up to rectify that mistake. Summer has bridged the gap into the bomb site, and does come in at an off angle, but with Kaze being so low, 1-on-3 from this position is incredibly unlikely, and he will not be able to buck that trend whatsoever. So Atox, again, you know, some good utility usage at the start of this round, some nice fighting over towards the banana position, just kind of funnels Rare Adam forward into A. And I guess if not for Annihilation picking up the slack on this A bomb site, it really could have been a contentious round.
There's that rifling prowess that we've been waiting for coming into play. Rare Adam have now had 2 maps of Kaze being an absolute stud. Asking for a third does feel like it's a bit too much. And the benefit for them is that Lihang has come much more alive. Obviously, this is one of the maps that New Happy was a specialist of. Lihang in particular always used to perform very well on it in the past as well in previous teams. So if there was ever going to be a resurgence, it would be here. But it feels like if Kaze will maybe not show up in a similar form to the previous maps, you need a lot more than just one player to replace him.
I swear Ancient was also one of New Happy's kind of maps. And
It became it later on, yeah.
Yeah, Liang wasn't doing too hot on that map.
Listen, man, let me make some narratives out here, Michael.
I'm not sure how much this narrative works. Really pulling at loose threads. And unfortunately, the whole dress is unraveled.
Well, Lihang is looking pretty right now, dress or undress. Here you go.
Well, that's revealing. Oh. A little weird movement there for Yami, trying to get himself into those apartments. Want to get a Molotov down, because without an extra presence over towards Banana, they peered through mid and saw nothing, so second mid into the apartments is a likely route. So they don't have a player in at those arches that could prevent the wrap. So they've called Mick over to try and help clear them out of that area. It's been smoked, and they just barrel straight through the apartment smoke. Annihilation, once again, good for a double. And the reinforcements arrived on time here for Atox. The Child King, that remains, and he was hoping to get a better gun than this M4 that was out of bullets. But that will all he can try and make use of here in the clutch. Bonus drops inside of Mini Pit, and a fight offered up just before that smoke blooms. They're just trying to distract for as long as possible because Mick is circling round through those apartments and adds security to this round. Atox, this A defense, it does feel fairly compromised at any given point, but these Annihilation doubles have really been saving their bacon.
What a luxury to have as an apps player. So yeah, if I die, can you just kill 2 of them and get a dink on a third, please? Oh, thanks.
I've been caught with a nade out. I've been ran through on a smoke. But my side player has stop me.
It's also a very difficult deal. That's why, you know, a lot of the time you're going to see Players from Pit having more success than the side player itself.
Classic Annihilation. Playing a different game to everyone else. Well, there should be an easily put together 4th round here for Atox. They are against Glocks and a couple of Deegs.
We've seen those Eagles be a problem. Maybe a little bit more so in the hand of Atox, admittedly. Theoretically, there you go. You've got one. Got a fair bit of...
Unomas. Because if there is one more kill on this Deeg, things get very worrying for this defense on A. Oh dear, it's not even a Deeg, it's that recovered M4 in somebody's possession.
And now they're trying to swarm around Yami. He's got so much to do, but they're actually falling apart pretty quickly. Maybe a little bit unfocused about where to go, trying to get the bomb plant in on one side and just go for the 1v1 elsewhere. The bomb will not be planted because of the double Molotovs as well. Yami keeps it going, and despite the early success, it's all under control courtesy of Yami. It does feel like if Rare Adam had, you know, maybe prioritized a single objective where you swarm onto the bomb site or swarm onto Pitch, just try and isolate a few more duels, it could have gotten a little bit more tricky, but that said, all the credit out to Yami for making that work.
Yeah, I think if they'd been able to recover a smoke or just bought a smoke into that round, they would have been able to prioritize in the way that you're sort of describing, but they didn't want to sort of tunnel vision in on Pit and then get gunned down from Moto. So things get a little awkward. That's where utility can be a massive boon even in these no-round situations. Here for Child King and a lovely collection on 2 at the mouth of B. That is one way to assert yourself, that is for sure. Child King finally put in his place, and Yami able to aggress into these apartments and survive on just a sliver of health. So just as quick as they find 2 kills, they lose 2 back. But they should know that Yami is weakened, so this A bomb site will feel fairly compromised.
Well, somebody unexpected. And now you don't have that extra player, you don't have that extra HP, you have nothing if you're Yami. The only thing you can hope for is some sharp shooting and some good timing.
Bomb has been planted.
Or another chance in the next round. Well, you can hope for that too, actually.
A swift call to save. Yami said, I'm too low to go, and Cabal has said the same.
That just fixes your problems if you're Adam, right? Child King just opens things up with a double.
Yeah, boost me. Okay, I've killed 2. And the round could have theoretically just been done from there on out, but some good counter aggression there from Atox. Certainly made this a little bit more contentious. I think it was properly communicated to Annihilation just how much ground had been ceded, however.
Yeah, he felt like he had to make a play over there regardless, and no one else was in position to do so, so... I don't know, just a gamble you have to take, I suppose.
Yeah, even if he just perched up and held onto those arches, it's very likely he still falls to somebody, just in a different way.
Huh. Alright, it's banana time. And all that potassium makes for some explosive plays over here, but so far the only explosives are inside Summer. He's down to 30 HP without even having seen a player. Doesn't really feel very good, and that nade's going to be even better. Child King now low as well. So much utility damage, and Rare Adam are still committed to the B-bomb site.
Well, they would have been if they did just get re-aggressed onto. A great flash and Molotov combo that isolates Summer. I mean, because those players were so tagged up by the HEs earlier on, it's not like they could have stuck around to really find out or even sit in those flames to trade. They do try and trail past the Molotov into top mid. Yami, a lot of missed shots. Somebody not offering up his body into the spray. It's Annihilation inside of pit. One kill is found, and Child King is taken out by his teammates, so Annihilation's job is made a little easier, but Plant coming in for Rare Atom. Both these players are just so damn low, and Annihilation is still proving to be a massive problem. Kaze is calling it quits, wanting to save this AWP instead. The round is done. He cannot fight from the apartments in that way. The plant isn't for him even. But Mick seems to have his exit covered, and so no AWP saved, no round one. Atox pull through once again, where they lose ground on this A bomb site. Annihilation comes in with a double.
That is also just an amazing read coming out, to be honest. The fact that they're prioritizing that full, you know, not just 3 men on the B bomb site, but the third person actually sticks around for a while, even though they're not going aggressive early in. They really expected that faster B play to come through. All that extra damage, and if Yami had been maybe a hairline quicker on throwing that grenade, that could have been a much easier round for them as well. Atox, despite having started off very poorly, are continuing to look like the better team right now.
Yeah, they're not the side with the more recent roster moves either. Though they did bring a familiar face back, so the lead time we often give teams with roster moves, it would have been shortened quite substantially here on Atox.
Four players on this A site. Once again, feels like Atox has Rare Adam's number, and they are dialing it in.
I am wildly surprised they keep going A when Yami and Annihilation have been big problems.
Atox isn't surprised at all. With Mick getting this much information, Atox are more than expecting this. It's going to be a difficult play. It comes in with 2 flashes only, and you have to get the kill on the Yami and force Annihilation away with just those flashes, and might not be happening, but a missed shot. Yami goes away. First flash miss. Annihilation will recover, but it's quickly traded by somebody. Cabal on the bomb site was unexpected. They weren't ready for a third player, and a fourth is on its way as well. Dove was inside the site with a double.
Yeah, damn. You actually just cannot get away with taking this A bomb every single time Annihilation comes in with a double kill. Regardless of how successful Yami is in his own ventures, sometimes he's getting away with double kills, sometimes he's getting opening frags. He is drawing all the attention, and Annihilation is there, and because they had that extra man rotated or gravitated through spawn to sort of support those A-side members, Dobu just barreling through that smoke at great timing. Like you said, Atox had a pretty solid read, and they are very comfortable leaving Mick alone on his defense over on that A bomb site. While Utility has been their friend in previous ventures over towards B, there's a little fumble here from Atox. Missed Molly, and so they retreat away from Banana. That apartment smoke is far from ideal. So they're going to try and take some space back towards the brackets. One's definitely made over towards the mouth of B. Mick does get his first, and the Molotov is down, so it'll slow the approach here from Rare Adam, while Atox are quick on the rotation and approaching on all sides.
It's all down to Dobu over here. Will not find the kill, and now finally Rare Adam have an advantage, and they might as well just have taken the round with it. Annihilation, the only one left, and there's no way, absolutely no way he can get this one done.
Why didn't they go B more?
Annihilation flashed off, found out, chased down, good for one, but it's all just a matter of time, and time has run out. 6-6. Rare Adam eke it to even, but can they take it further ahead after this break? Let's find out. Back into it, it might be even, but man, was it a labored even for Rare Adam. They had to come through on a half by a victory. Atox themselves started their own run with the same, but it is still 6-6. We've come out after a break. We have a chance to see whether anyone can really start speeding forward.
Yeah, no clear-cut favorite coming into the second half. Not seeing those same outrageous score lines from star players. It was really Annihilation and Yami that took a lot of the attention on that CT side, but the A-bomb side was also under siege a lot. I posed that question, why didn't Atox go, or why didn't Rare Adam go B more? We'll have to see whether that's that continues. This B-bomb site seemed to be heavily avoided by Rare Atom. I wonder if Atox will have the same reservation. The pistol will be B-side centered, but Lihang is battling away with these dualies, and everybody losing life around those smokes between Summer, somebody, or Lihang, all contributing to defend this B-bomb site. No success journeying past that single piece of utility dropped by Rare Adam.
Well, that's a lot of damage being done.
And that's a rough way to lose a pistol.
I do wonder whether Atox will be forced buying into the next one over here or not. No, okay, they're not. Okay, I'm surprised. They did force buy in Anubis, I believe, after they lost the pistol round as well. So, kind of surprised. Just a deagle out from Yami. I am a deagle hater when it comes to ecoing.
When it comes to second round buys, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what, 1 in every 10 rounds, you actually have a very good amount of return out of that deagle investment.
Well, feels backstabbed.
And Yami feels poor about his deagle investment.
It's okay, guys. You can pick it up, right? You can do something with it.
Yeah, he'll pick it up. He'll have it. You don't have to pay for it. Was it meals taste best when they're free?
Those are a lot of free meals right there. I won't lie to you.
but-
Somebody's getting, or somebody's getting paid to eat.
Maybe there was a reason that meal was free. It was expired.
Now, the one problem for Adam is obviously they have 3 MP9s. So,
Yes.
Atox does have a better buy than them, yada yada yada. Will that be relevant?
Yeah, it's hard to say when the MP9 can be almost as effective as rifles can be. In fact, with the extra abilities, better in certain use cases.
Okay.
But it is the rifles that shine at the start. Nice spam from Lihang. Dobu was reciprocating, but not actually landing any of his spams back.
Liang's also going to be able to leave somebody behind in the B-bomb site. Somebody still has himself a smoke if they want to try and have it for later on, but Atox have actually not decided to foray the bomb over anywhere just quite yet.
At the start of T-sides, you really want to spread out and search for clues, get inklings and ideas as to how your opponent is going to be playing out these spots. Of course, when they have these SMGs, it's going to be a lot closer than they typically are. Yeah, the nade is very juicy.
Even the damage onto Yami out through the smoke and banana is massive. These MP9s are suddenly way better than rifles are in any way. With the high fire rate, with the mobility up against weakened players, this is going to rip Atox apart if you don't get the best entry kills you've had in your entire life. Flashbang goes up high from Summer. He uses it to reposition away from the execute, but Child King's got one. Kaze doubles it up on the other side of things, and it's all over. Only Annihilation left in a 1-on-2. Time sticking in and out, and sure, he gets another frag, gives himself a chance, but he doesn't have the bomb. The round is out and in for Rare Adam.
Damn, even his spam into that moto smoke, it connected with Lihang for a few bullets. And had Lihang not been sort of trying to jump around that corner to save himself, could have just been another victim. Annihilation had a pretty solid read on that situation, even though he was detached from the bomb and he had not enough time to recover it and get the plant. Still could have been won out by that AWPer on the side of Atox. Like you said, all that extra damage, it really does just come into effect when it comes to actually taking the site itself. Don't have the health to trade. Nice opener here from Kaze versus the half-buy of Atox. It's an immediate peek down middle. Even, you know, evacuating from his adventure. Doesn't hang around and re-peek into Boiler. There was another player there on the side of Atox. You have one rifle, and that is a hell of a clear. Even smoking himself off so he doesn't go down to the flames, but that rifle could be ferried over. Yeah, swapped over into Dobu's possession, but he's now spammed down low. It's Cabal who spams, and Kaze gets caught switching to his dualies. Had communications that a couple players would have been low, but gets caught at the exact wrong moment.
This is such a poorly played round coming out from Adam over here. Just after they're able to get that kill in the middle and really predominantly clearing it out, you've still got utility on your A players as well. There's no reason for the B players to be taking risks like that. I mean, not to mention, Kaze being caught out like that in the position. If he had dualies, sure, it makes it a little bit easier, but right out in the middle of CT as well, it's really going to come back to haunt them. This could be the round that Atox uses to completely turn everything around. I'm sure they've saved basically no one going forward, but they didn't need to.
Yeah. They came in with a lackluster fire. This was only a half commitment with just pistols and armor. The one AK that was brought through from Mick. And that's it.
No, Mick actually got to be the one picking up the free meal again.
Oh,
Annihilation brought it forward, yeah.
Oh, well, you know, it's
Mick's
fine.
like,
He has an
well,
ult now.
you know what? Last time I got food poisoning, maybe I don't this time, and he was right.
Well, at least Annihilation has an ult, so, you know, it's paid forward.
Oh no. It's all falling apart for Rear Adam.
And this breaks the bank as well. Down 2 members at the start. I'm sure Kaze still has his ult posted on B, and does have some company in Child King. It'll be a B-sided finish. At least that seems what it's lined up to be here on the side of Rare Adam. In fact, Child King wants to close that gap. There's no flash to facilitate this. It's just all on Kaze taking that first contact, and then Child King will try and aggress further.
As long as the Atox scales up this properly, Child King shouldn't really be able to get anything done over here unless Kaze gets the first kill. Oh, Kaze smoked himself off, but he's left Child King to the wolves. Child King's gonna go down. He gets himself the one, but what more could you ask for? Kaze sold his teammate down the river and beyond.
But he has picked off that player permeating past that CT smoke. Well, tried to wrap it. They see the back of the planter, and the tag is hit onto that player at Banana, but both Kaze and Summer will fall, even with Yami being tagged to low HP. Annihilation sweeps up the pieces. I don't know why Kaze smoked it like that when they have a setup.
Especially because it's such a shallow smoke. It's not like it goes deep enough to cover off Child King either.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision. You're 3 on 5. You actually kind of want fights, funnily enough. Yeah, definitely has to go deeper if they were going to try and make use of it in any capacity. Well, Rare Adam's money is a bit topsy-turvy. They don't bring in a whole lot into this round. Some pistols, a couple of armor, and an M4. And yeah, they have a couple smokes too. They will stall the approach into this B bomb site. Right now, Atox don't seem fixated on anywhere else. This Molotov in from Atox on this execute. And this smoke is still fresh enough that it obscures their vision for just an extra moment. Flash lined up. Mick and Yami do sail through for a couple of kills, and somebody unable to get anything done as well in his adventures through the smoke. So these two players with armor will try and save.
And here's the thing, Michael. When you consider a series in Counter-Strike, systems don't break, stars do. We don't have that star performance from Kaze. In fact, he's been a bit of a liability in a few of these rounds on the B-bomb side. We don't have that star performance from Child King. Summer, somebody, and Lihang really weren't giving us that the entire series, so what do you have to fall back on this CT side? T side of things, you know what? You still got a couple of half buys going your way. You had, you know, a couple of good rounds. You had the pistol round win as well. But these are messy comms on the CT side. Guns being put away and pulled out. Teammates being forgotten behind. There's problems.
Yeah, I think as well when we're sort of contrasting how the opening section of the CT side for Rare Adam looks compared to Atox. You know, we saw, you know, Yami regress into the apartments. We saw these deep contests towards Banana. You know, they were taking bolder fights or more aggressive fights than we've really seen Rare Adam do so far. And you know, you consider the pieces that you have on the side of Rare Adam, it's almost non-conducive to the playstyles that a lot of these players favor. So it's, at the moment, this conservative approach has not been working, and that's where we're seeing these weaknesses in the comms and the calls. But flash play in, they're playing anti, and Atox will quickly capitalize on just this B bomb site just deteriorating right in front of their own eyes. Barely a fight.
Has smelt weakness, and they are going there again and again and again.
Yeah, well, I posed that question. Why didn't Rare Adam go B more? And wondered whether Atox would also just need to gravitate towards A, but no, they've identified that weakness and they are exploiting it. You want to set up for cute flash plays? That's, well, cute.
Considering that they smell blood in the water, they are very happy to swim to the other shore as well. It's the A site where now comes the hunt, and look, Annihilation's getting all the lineups out for this one. Molotov out to pit as well. You've got yourself Summer being closed in upon, spotted out as well. You've got one down. Second will be able to keep himself alive, but only just barely.
I mean, it was pretty expensive for Atox on that hunt, but as we approach the finishing marker on this map, you do wonder whether or not that will even matter. All dropped over for Annihilation, so funds are kept relatively even. And it's Kaze with a Nova.
Huh.
I've not seen too many shotgun shenanigans from Kaze. I hope to be impressed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope to have, for sure.
I think Rare Adam are also hoping to be impressed.
I think Rare Adam are just hoping not to be depressed more than anything else.
Pretty good opening map on Anubis, but since then, Atox have been the more well-rounded team. Little boost up for Summer. Somebody trying to... I actually think he was trying to feign some extra presence, to draw some extra attention, hope that Summer doesn't go cleared.
Or though, we'll be able to find himself one and the second from somebody right there through the smoke.
Summer even swinging out extra wide after revealing that presence on the boost. They would have known that there was two players at the back of that bomb site. Even on this weakened buy here from Rare Atom, the crossfire built from CT to that boosting position. Atox get caught completely off guard. And I'd like to say I would credit somebody to really selling that there was extra presence in through spawn. Maybe even a failed boost into the plant pot. But hard to know. Atox were indeed distracted, or at least didn't clear for Summer's position, and it kind of worked exactly like they hoped it would.
A nice adjustment from Rare Adam coming through for sure to actually shore up some of those B-side weaknesses, but will Atox just continue and say, you know what, screw it, we ride at dawn?
What, and just keep going B?
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
not
much.
fair. Just making sure I understood what you were saying.
Nah, that's true. Dawn doesn't, you know, we ride at dawn doesn't imply a destination. I think about it. It just sounds kind of cool. Made right into somebody's pocket. Would have been taken out. He's been popping him open. Lihang, though, has been quite good with some of those spam through smoke kills that they've been able to find. And Rare Adam are starting to re-navigate right back over towards that A-bomb site. Now, it does come through with a little bit of delay. They're trying to figure out who's the one with the right utility, who's the one with the right HP, just making it work for themselves. But Atox have yet to really reveal their hand on either side as well.
They started to float away from this B-bomb site. Kaze is in position, but Annihilation decapitates him immediately. Flashes and smokes were down. Kaze gave up his angle for just a moment, and it's Annihilation that capitalizes. Yami does get spotted with that bomb and taken down just as swiftly, so rotates are fleet-footed here for Rare Adam, but Summer has to buy time, or at least find some extra players, and with him falling, and somebody being so low HP, all the reasons for Rare Adam to back away and save on this one. It's Atox that, you know, finally get deterred from that B-bomb site, but they find weakness at A too.
One of the reasons why I love watching Annihilation play on Inferno especially is that it feels like he's one of the rare T-side operas who actually does say, you know what, that short duel, be it through boiler, be it through middle, I need a flashbang and then I will take it. Right? It's a full confidence play in a mid-round, late-round situation that, you know what, I'm going to go a little bit further ahead, I will just win the duel. That's what breaks open the site. If Kaze is still alive in that situation, if Kaze gets even one in that situation, it becomes a much more doable defense for that A-sided player.
And it's what can sometimes be missing from other AWPers. I think, notably in the Asia region, or I'd extend it to the Americas as well. AWPers always using the pack as that first contact. But, yeah, I don't know, when you're Annihilation, you just say, I am the one who knocks.
Kaze still will be able to have that AWP given over to him by 12. This is Last Chance Saloon. Rare Adam. 10 to 11, yes, they will have one more round to play if they lose over here, but it will not be one with guns.
Kaze with a very strong angle inside of the apartments. Clear, one that is definitely not favorable for riflers, but even and only if they actually proceed into this A-bomb site and try and make use of this apartments. Right now they're simply probing.
It's also a very difficult shot to hit on Kaze's end.
It's not as difficult as you would think it is, because they're often
Rounding
walking into this angle. And if you miss, the drop down is easy enough. You have a very safe fallback protocol.
Take it home, boys. Michael's reading Kaze's mind, and he likes what he sees there.
Yeah, I think he's just happy that nobody actually came through this way.
Oh
Otherwise,
my
things would have
God,
been very
that's-
dangerous. How does Yami get that frag?
That's just...
Full flash, a 180 spin, and it instantly connects on Child King.
That is just pure misfortune and nothing else. Somebody will toss a Molotov forward, but all it does is put Dobu into his sight. Lihang and somebody, though, with a perfect flash to help out, will actually be able to get... Was that a team flash?
I think it may have been.
Bomb not planted by Annihilation. Missed the duel initially. Will not win it. Rare Adam were stumbling for a lot of this game, but now they might be back in control.
Yeah, the timing on that flash, regardless of who threw it, was exceptional, really, for the B defense. Dobu comes out fully blind, his support right behind him, flashed up all the same, and just trying their best to line up some kind of a trade kill, but good coverage and good fighting together there on Rare Adam on the edge of that smoke. Atox may be further deterred from venturing towards this B bomb site, which will put more importance on Kaze to kind of reveal some of the form that we've seen so far this series. Like you sort of noted, the stars are not shining the same way as they have so consistently across map 1 and 2. When it gets to the witching hour of this final map, will those stars rear their head once more? Kaze had a good opener. It took a very favorable duel and a favorable line, but had they gone B, would have been rendered useless. A very late rotation and an AWP on a retake. It would have sucked.
The pressure is on for Atox now. They've made some of these Tech 9 rounds work out for themselves, but to have to do it at this point in the game, it's going to be a full execute on the A side, but Rare Adam is ready to intercept. It is a mirror of what we saw happening on the other side of things. Kaze to take the first shot, but he misses it immediately. Summer watching out for the ab spot, but they are fully blind. Trades are good. Lihang is the one to fall in favor. Kaze keeps himself alive and a nuisance in pit, and it's just fallen apart. Atox pushed down and forced away from map and match point.
I think Lihang, very, very much so, is probably the MVP for this map, if Rare Adam win it. I mean, his CT side performance has been impeccable, whether it's been the fights down towards the bottom side banana, the spams, or these multi-kills that he's pulling up in defense of the bomb sites. We just saw him get a triple kill on the B play. Now as well, inserted himself into A, and was that extra man that Atox was just simply ill-prepared for.
Game isn't done yet though, Michael. We've seen a lot of half-buy wins, force-buy wins across this entire series. The fate of some of these maps have been decided by it. And it might be the case once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so sure that this will be the moment for Atox. Full wind in the sails of Rare Adam at the moment.
Chalking shows off his position of having faded back over to the A-bomb site. Rare Adam still have a good read on things as well, with the Molotov out to force somebody back. Somebody is still going to be able to keep an eye out from behind it. No further utility coming in, but he has still asked for a rotation over. He will be accompanied by Summer. So Rare Adam come through and they're backing their punchiest fighters in order to say site. 30 seconds now on the clock. Here come the util, here come the flashes. Kaze misses a shot, but Lihang and Child King keep their responses going. Summer's rotation can't find anything. It's only Lihang in the back of that bomb site, the MVP candidate trying to reassert, but Cabal's never been better than when he's in a clutch situation. Time's ticking down and the bomb is planted. He knows there's a player coming from either side, but he's faced the wrong way, and Rare Adam will be facing up against Tyloo in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, marvelous stuff throughout this series from different players throughout, whether it's Kaze in the opening 2 maps, Child King as well, consistent with him, or Lihang that rears his head at the final moments on this map. His CT side performance won them this game. He straight up won them this game, and it was honestly great to see him bound back after a pretty shy performance on Ancient in that second map to now just being this force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, a massive credit to some of the players that can really step up to that plate here on the side of Rare Adam, even though Atox, I think we were both in agreement, played a more structured and more replicable style throughout this series. It still wasn't enough to bring them forward in this first series.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did feel like just sometimes that extra little something was missing to get them over the finish line when they were in an advantage already. But let's take a look at the brackets. Atox, of course, are not eliminated. They still have some time to figure things out. They're going to be going down to the lower bracket where they will be playing up against Cat Evil. If you are interested in that game, you can go watch it over on the B stream. And that will be in about an hour or so, I do believe. In the same way, we're having Tyloo versus Rare Adam here on the A stream in about the same amount of time. Michael, any thoughts and feelings on how this bracket shaped out?
Oh, I mean, I'm excited. The Tyloo Rare Adam game, you know, Kaze versus old teammates. I'm always here for that storyline because if Kaze played an impeccable game of Counter-Strike throughout this series, it maybe was a little bit quieter in that third map, but you just know that that flame is going to be roaring real bright versus Tyloo.
Well, let's see whether he can light up the server or whether Jam Young will be able to put down his former teammate. We've got to go to an extended break, guys, but we're going to be back in about 45 minutes to an hour or so. So keep checking back in here and there. In the meanwhile, go get yourself prepped up for a fantastic match of Chinese Counter-Strike.
If I stay locked in the head
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm hier nicht weg. Kopfwag, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Tyloo!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Picture this, it's 2020, you're fans of Asian Counter-Strike, you've got this random, checkmate IHC team coming in on the come-up as the Mongolian side. You're thinking, alright, these guys are pretty good, but let's kick back and watch some real Asian Counter-Strike. Rare Adam versus Tyloo, a tale as old as time. We're coming back into the IEM Rio Close qualifiers with this one. I'm Team Yumi Cassidy. The winner of this will be going forward to the grand finals. Only one team to proceed through to Rio itself. This should be a fun one. Rare Adam and Tyloo both winning their initial matches, Michael, but now we get spicy.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. I mean, a lot of ex-Tyloo members on this Rare Adam squad that are going against the old brand, or even their old teammates as well, in the sense of Kaze going against the squad. I'm kind of excited for this game, mainly for the redemption or revenge arc that Kaze seems to be on. Of course, they were also in participation for the Blast Showdown position that Rare Adam was able to win, and Tyloo are still kind of figuring themselves out. As far as I'm aware, they don't have a fifth properly cemented in. They've been playing with their analyst in Joking, and not their coach, Kami, who, as far as I'm aware, is, more on the player management side of things, maybe managing interpersonal relationships. Also brings in a lot of the maybe previous workings he had with Advent as the sort of strategic in-game leader that he was. And so they have Joking as this recently role swapped into analyst player, stepping in for them, and it seems to be going okay so far. He actually had a pretty good map against Cat Evil in the previous series.
Well, speaking of the previous series, let's take a look at the series that have taken place so far. Obviously, both of these teams having their own stumbling blocks, perhaps Tyloo's being a little bit more egregious considering they were up against Cat Evil. It's a team on a come-up, and it's a team that's definitely sporting some interesting talent, but let's be honest, Tyloo should be 2-0ing them on paper. That wasn't the case at all, and although it ended up being a more comfortable second and third map for them, it was still a tough time. Rare Adam themselves up against Atox, a much more 50-50 matchup, and that was put on display throughout every single map. A very hotly contested series, and honestly, I would recommend you tune into that one if you haven't so far. Later on, go back and check out the VODs over on the ESLCS VODs channel on YouTube. But of course, if you're more interested in the lower bracket game, you can go check that out on the B stream. That's Cat Evil versus Atox. Here, up above, we're only causing the creme de la creme.
Yeah, no, the Cat Evil squad are kind of an interesting one because they play a very slow, almost like trying to play it almost too much to the book. But that's almost to be expected for a team that is trying to rise up through the ranks. They're probably just going to kind of explore that and then see how much they can get away with later on in their development. But, so often we see teams that are rising through the ranks just play hyper-aggressive styles. Cat Evil are weirdly not that kind of team. And they're not even playing with their full five coming into this tournament as well. So I'm a little worried coming into this series, as much as I think it should be a banger in terms of like the top quality players we'll have in the server. I'm concerned that Tyloo are maybe not offering up top quality Counter-Strike right now because they don't have a proper five, and even then they're having to change some of their roles and integrate players. They brought G in, Jamyoung's supposedly in-game leading, but I imagine Joking is also helping with some of that here and there because Jamyoung is still playing to Jamyoung standards.
I think there's a lot of very interesting narratives over here, Michael, and you obviously touched on some of them. But what's also interesting is on a in-game narrative side, and I think I want to look at the video for that one. We're going to have that just coming up on the screen for you guys, is that traditionally in Asia, we've had a really strong aversion to Vertigo. It's because Mongols don't play it, Linvision doesn't play it, Atox doesn't play it, so you're not actually going to see Vertigo being played in a lot of top-level matchups in the Asian region. It feels like Rare Adam going for this Vertigo pick are specifically training this to only really punish Tyloo. Tyloo, right? There's no other team in the top echelons who you could try and punish on this one. Then Tyloo have to pick the Anubis, which Rare Adam are also very well versed on. They obviously picked that one into Atox themselves. This is a veto that very much seems to fall into the Rare Adam favor.
I think it as well just highlights some of the weaknesses of this Tyloo team at the moment, in that they basically have two maps that they're not actively playing. You know, they're not playing much Dust 2, they're not playing any Vertigo really either. And so there's going to just be a vulnerability. You know, they had to kind of pick their poison as to which map was sort of counter-picked by Rare Atom coming into this series. So regardless, you're always going to have almost a punish pick guaranteed for Rare Atom, because they have a map pool a little bit more defined. And not all of them look as well rehearsed as the others, but they are willing to to play those maps, and they will beat the teams that they deem lower than them pretty consistently on those maps, regardless of how strong they are when we go into international waters.
I am pretty excited to see Tyloo on Vertigo, though, because I think this is going to be a really good highlight of what we sort of want to see from Jamyoung as an IGL, right? Because Advent hadn't made all of these strats on Vertigo that you can maybe carry over and have that IGL hangover to help you out. This is very much going to be a starting from the basics moment for Jamyoung and Kami and Joking as well, I would imagine, right? Because, like I said before, these guys didn't really have to play it very often. So when that's the case, you're A-okay with not developing most of your strats and leaving maybe the rest of the map pool to be more in your favor. You know, your nukes of the world, your infernos of the world that we characterize this core to be playing more of in the past. So again, I am very excited for that first map. Rare Atom, though, as well picking into it. It's not like they themselves have been getting a lot of official practice going up against the top teams with this one either, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just that Dust 2 is so fresh, and they also eliminated a map that they used to like to play quite a lot in, you know, the Advent Jamyoung versions of Tyloo prior. Is that, you know, they loved Overpass, and now it's replaced by a sand map that is far more dual dependent. And, you know, there are changes actively happening to both Vertigo and Dust 2, you know, whether it's the new jump up to short that you can do on Dust, independent of having a boosting player, or whether it's these massive gaps that have suddenly opened up on that A-bomb site on Vertigo as well. The dynamics are shifting, and so, like you said, you know, this is all importance on Jamyoung, Joking, and on Kami to figure out these maps in a way that they basically haven't had to strain their brain for as intensely as they would have to, now that the map pool is shifting so dramatically.
Of course, Vertigo is not the only map over here. Anubis, obviously, a lot of shared territory, like we both mentioned. Anubis is also a map where we've seen Tyloo have highs and lows, and it does feel like they are very much destined to fail or succeed based off of how well Joking is sometimes able to control that mid side of the map, because obviously, you know, theoretically, he should be their weakness. He very often isn't, but at the same time, for Rare Adam, we've just seen a really sketchy performance on the first half up against Atox on Anubis when they were playing on their CT side.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Tyloo, when they tap the shoulder of one of their sort of legacy players, even when they were playing with Allman, weirdly, these guys that come back into the fray are all actually pretty competent players and have been able to maintain that level, so much that they're never really like a glaring liability, but they will still feel like an odd fit. You know, they won't slot in properly into the system. They'll still play slightly more independent than some of the rest of the guys, and that is partially credit to their experience and their own professional playing careers. But yeah, I guess the worry I have for Tyloo is that I have greater concerns about not just Joking and how integrated that he can get, but even just like the core of this team. All of them fairly young, all of them sort of propped up to be star or secondary star type players. And for them, some of them has to take supportive roles, especially when they're sort of shopping around for newer players. Like, they should be able to depend on each other to support each other as well, while still being able to get that sort of star level output, which is a great difficulty and a major growing pain that this Tyloo team is going to have when they find their fifth. You know, again, that is the biggest problem I have with this, is that amidst all the concerns about Jamyoung calling and whether or not that's going to affect his legacy, there's all this concern about who they even get to properly round out this roster, because they've got firepower already. Like, G is is a heavy hitting AWPer when he's given the positions to do so, but you need supportive elements as well to get you there, and one of these star players will basically have to do that at some point.
I'm glad that you brought up G as well, because obviously we've talked so much about Kaze versus his old teammates, but we also have to talk about Kaze versus G, Michael, because for me personally, I really did think G was going to be a real Chinese up-and-coming opera when we saw him initially pop onto the scene, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It feels like G's become more of a role opera, become more of what I characterized Kaze to be at one point, and conversely, weirdly enough, Kaze is the one who's been stepping up and saying, no, I'm 16 again, guys.
Yeah, it's not that I couldn't play this way, it's that you didn't let me. Now we'll be diving straight into Vertigo, the punish pick here of Rare Adam coming into this series, and straight away in this pistol, somebody in Child King clamoring into this B bomb site, but it's not without its trades. Joe King did get one before falling, and the nade finished off another. G seems to have gotten a handle back on this B bomb site all the meanwhile as well, and has support right behind him, but they're trying to back themselves away here on the side of Rare Adam. Bomb making its way up towards middle, weirdly enough. Somebody rediverting in a way that is far less traditional. They're not don't just bound between bomb sites. They're investigating to see if they can maybe catch a Tyloo member out, but somebody's just so low HP, he'll have to catch somebody on a timing. Straight up fight will not be conducive to his position nor his health.
In goes Jamyang from the side, and yep. That should be it for Rare Adam. Bomb's far away, Summer can only really hope to find some kills.
Yeah, it looked really, really scrappy from the early parts of the defense here for Tyloo, but reinforcements came at the right time. Got some good util down as well to disrupt and damage up the Rare Adam progression. So now leaves Summer on his lonely venture in a 1-on-3 with no armor. He was, he bought utility to help them scale. And they just have a incredibly difficult setup to break down. Yeah, deep angle being held there from Jamyang. And doubling up on that package are the rest of Tyloo. So G will punch it in. Pistol round 1 by Tyloo on a map they don't play. It's a triple from G, in fact. Didn't realize he skirted away with 3.
He started off strong.
Yeah, it's actually funny because I think we had many conversations before, you and I, about, what changes do Tyloo make when Kaze was having a pretty rough go of things towards the end of his time at that roster. We were thinking, yeah, it'll be G. He's naturally the next one up. And
it seemed that way.
He did get up, but
it does feel like they've gotten up onto the B bomb site though, and Joking's the only one to try and respond. Kaze gets him down, but while the bomb is planted, Joking is traded away. G still looks to swing out for more, but he's revealed his position, and with his HP being low, this is not the easiest fight. All in the meanwhile, the flanks being set up behind. It's Summer to be walking in, and Lihang to continue forcing them away, but is it too little too late? Summer's flank no longer in a position where he can really stop this bomb from being defused, and it's a healthy player he's fighting up against Jamyang. And the long-range duel will come out on top.
Okay, is G just going to be a multi-kill machine or what? Another defense on this B bomb site where he's rotating into the action. He comes away with 4 kills. So he's started 7-0 here for Tyloo on this map. And it's looking pretty good here for G. I'm sure he's feeling mighty confident given how smooth these frags seem to be just kind of cropping up for him. Each of these duels he's taking, it just feels like he's got enough time to swing, spot, and aim in a way that sometimes you don't have that level of space, especially when Tech 9s and SMGs are running at you. He just found really good timing on his deployment.
Look, the thing is that actually I'm gonna hold that point, because it does feel like we might have a very quick clash between Mercury and the rest of the gang over in Rare Adam. He is trying to fade away a little bit more, getting slightly stuck on his feet, but Chapman gives him a path to safety.
There's just so many smokes down. Rare Adam were trying to phase through them, but somebody I think got caught by a flash. Jamyang, nice kill on, or nice find onto Child King. Freshly deployed smoke down to the bottom of the scaffolding does net him that opener, but also deters Rare Adam from pursuing much further on that A play. With one smoke and 2 flashes they have, they'll try and put it to good use over on this B bomb site.
Mosea could end up having a couple of times. G did flashbang overhead, but Mosea's cleaned them up. It's only 2 to face in, and now G's come in for company, and every single time he's been on that second contact, the first for him to fall, but Joking is there to make sure it won't be in Folly. Tyloo looking very good.
Yeah, at the moment, they're just getting a lot of production from these players taking either first or second contact on these bomb sites, and I think as well they're getting pretty comfortable reads. You know, with Jamyoung being so aggressive over towards A, they felt more conscious about the prospects of a B play. And even when they've not been in the greatest spots, they're rotating in a timely manner. Immediate dispel on the Molotov. I was supposed to segment Mercury from actually providing support in at ramp, but because it got taken out by the smoke so quick, they're having to cancel off that initial idea, just hovering around the back of these smokes.
A spam over here would have been so juicy. Instead, it's Mercury who's been squeezed. Jamyoung and G still in position. G's rotation players have been fantastic, but once again put down. Guns are being recovered, and they know where Joking is. It's all about sussing out the second, and they know it should be a flank to come through, but Mosea is still not being cleared for, not being checked for at all. Rare Adam maybe being caught off guard in a position where it felt like they should have expected it.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, it was always going to be a possibility that they could be flanked, but also with the openness of the elevator and how quickly you can sort of re-pick up short on the rotation, it actually is fairly logical as well that, you know, you stick to more traditional rotates. You know, the first 3 rounds you're already getting flanked from a progressive push down B. For them, they just thought they would have had a bit more time before even having to consider that as a possibility. Tyloo are being proactive. They are not resting on their laurels. They are not simply giving the space over to Rare Adam. Rare Adam have to earn it. They're giving a bit of space over. Mercury did make a bit of a mistake in that previous round, and now one that carries over here as well. Did lose Mosea on the extremity. Lihang found the entry and has taken some room on this B bomb site. Bomb's making its way over as well. With Joking funneled so far back, he's not going to be able to provide much stopping power to prevent the plant.
G is down. And one of the first advantages we've seen them have in a post-plant position will be extended. Tyloo, having kept so few players alive in the past few rounds, will be forced to concede and move back, and Rare Adam finally strike in with one of their own. And Michael, they have definitely won the round, and maybe not the best of times to be bringing up something negative, but I am also a little bit curious about what went on in their heads when they're picking in the Vertigo, right? Considering that Tyloo's been struggling a lot on Inferno as well. Rare Adam has picked into it. The last time these guys played on Inferno was like a 13-3 scoreline or something insane like that.
Terrorists win.
But I think as well, you know, Tyloo, they're aware that this is a weakness. You know, it's not as though there haven't been series before. I think, just last ESL Pro League, I think it was Falcons that picked it into them. And Falcons did win, but, you know, you still had good production out of players like Mercury and Mosea as well. You know, it's not like the stars failed to find their impact. Tyloo team are still going to be difficult to put away, even if this could be considered a punish pick. Mercury's good. Jamyoung trying to prevent them going over into this B bomb site, but Lihang with the double kill. This is the man that came alive towards the end of their series against Atox. And he's striking well for these entries. He secures the plant and space on B. Tyloo don't really have a lot to offer up on this retake.
Once again, forced to turn around and run away. That was definitely one of the questions that I had in my mind, which was that, hey, which one of Rare Adam are we going to see come alive? As much as I have really enjoyed this sort of 3 fragging prongs that they theoretically should have in Kaze, Child King, and Lihang, it did feel a lot more like Child King's the constant one from those 3, and then afterwards it's more of a pick between who shows up, and sometimes no one will.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, but I'm glad that someone has reared their head.
Yeah.
Not somebody, but someone.
I'd be glad if somebody reared his head as well.
Yeah, but it's like a different kind of rearing his head.
He charges. It's a faster call once again. And the acceleration comes out to the A site. Mercury naded off and forced away from the angle, and look at where Summer already is, scaling all the way in. There's a deep flashbang to keep Jamyoung from doing too much, and they are containing the CTs to the site itself. Remember, Tyloo haven't bought too much into this other than these saved weapons. It's basically zero investment. So Jamyoung will feel the need to make a play, the flash forward, but he finds nothing. Rare Adam have stopped and are staring into the heart of Jamyoung, shooting it out, and Mercury taking a knee in through the smoke.
Mercury seems to be having some troubles really on this A-bomb site. Unable to link up with Jamyoung properly. He's had a couple of missteps as well. Rare Adam, nice patience in just expressing all that interest in the A-bomb site, but then slowing down. Tyloo forced to make that play forward for the information. And they only have USPs to really come in and try and slow them down. G will try with that AWP, but one kill won't cut it. Rare Adam have broken through and broken past some of the early issues they may have had. Of course, a lot of that was propped up by G just finding multi-kills. But maybe now we're starting to see what Rare Adam were expecting with their pick.
Lower on utility as well in this round from Tyloo. You're not going to have any nades to try and weaken down and tenderize any B-sided pushes that could be coming through, so you might end up having maybe a little bit more presence over here on B. Will be a double mid setup for a faster rotate instead, though. Look at how much space that Tyloo have still been allowed to get. It's really just Rare Adam trying to slow things down and wait for this utility to be expended, but this position can be hard to clear, and it goes uncleared. Child King doesn't check it at all, and with Joking having backup, there's no way for Rare Adam to trade. In fact, Mercury goes one above and gets another kill.
That was a really lazy clear there from Child King. Pretty poor understanding, I think, of how you're supposed to go about clearing those angles. He doesn't need to be as deep as that to have flushed out that cubby, but I guess realized he hadn't checked it, and by the time he goes out and tries to rectify that problem, he's got another thing coming. So fantastic job there from Joking, not only punishing that mistake, but also doubling up from his spot as well. This is a save call here for Rare Adam. 40 seconds of just staring into nothing. These players are just far too low HP to make too much of a fight of anything.
One of the worst feelings in this round also for Rare Adam is, you know, this was a round where Tyloo didn't have the best of money, so they're not going to have an AWP. They might have lower utility as well. In rounds like this, even if you're losing, if you're getting 3 kills because of your own built-up economy, you're still fine with that and saying, hey, well, it's okay, we can fight for 7 this way, though. There shouldn't be a world where Tyloo come through with 5 alive with a buy like that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And they lose a lot of HP through smokes and spam. You know, they don't exactly set themselves up in a way that sort of best makes use of the fact they have that extra utility. They could have very well set themselves up towards the B side of the map and simply gone for an execute, or even paced things up quite substantially. Just tried to make use of greater firepower, but yeah, Tyloo overwhelmed with what little they had. God, it's just a whole flurry of Molotovs at the start of this round, all destined for short. 2 expended by the T's just to secure some extra control. I think Mercury's even toying with the idea of throwing another one that direction.
The fight for short is so real with the Transistor Vertical coming through. It feels like the spice, and he who controls it controls the world. Somebody been found out. Mercury in the meanwhile trying to fade away, will get a kill as he does so, and Jamyang uses that chance to re-aggress into short. Back to a 2 versus 4, and Rare Adam, who found some winning ways, have now realized their GPS no longer works.
Hold the phone, because no one's really considering this crawl out through middle. It's only Mosea that can try and keep tabs on it. Joking is being very loud about his presence inside of elevator. And the way that Mosea is holding this, he could succumb to timing, but no, goes out to clear it. And I think was actually just communicating with Joking that he wanted to go for a double clear of some capacity. Joking started to gravitate over as well, just to eliminate all possibility for Li Hang to throw in a spanner in the works. But that was the way in for Adam if there was going to be a way to redeem this round.
Why do people keep throwing spanners, man?
I don't know, it's fun. You know how powerful you feel if somebody throws a spanner at you? A wrench, for people that maybe don't really understand the lingo.
How powerful do you feel? Why do you feel powerful?
Well, somebody throws it and then you catch it, you know, like dead center. Feel like a hero. But also if it hits you in the head, you know, that's tough.
Because they're really heavy, honestly.
Yeah, but then also, like, if you catch it, it's very cool. So, not that I advise anybody to try this, but it's just, you know, it's the little things sometimes. Like kicking up your skateboard and then catching it by the wheels. You know, that one's very simple to do, but you still feel powerful.
A phrase that I wouldn't say applies to Rare Adam right now. I don't think they feel powerful at all. If there is anyone who's been doing catching, it is Tyloo. They've been catching all of these kills, all of these bags that Rare Adam keep giving to them.
Well, who was that in spawn? Freaking out. I think it was Jamyang. He was just jittering. All that extra brain power he's having to put forward to this vertigo.
You know, when you use 100% of your brain, that happens.
I was led to believe you get like telekinesis and things like that. But
Nah, that's just a bad Morgan Freeman movie, honestly. Mercury and Jamyang won't have to deal with all too much. It is going to be that B-sided execute that Rare Adam was trying to run in with earlier on. This time, though, with Choking nowhere nearby and G also quite far away, there will be no one to interrupt the grenades to come in. Mosea to aggress forward. Summer intercepts, and he's done it twice over, but the missed shot on the AWP means that Kaze provides nothing, and Jamyang and G are doing it all. The J&J, assisted by Mercury's flashbang, go back inside through the smoke. Out they go, but right next to them is somebody. Kaze now hits his shot, and somebody puts them down. In the chaos, Rare Adam stand proud.
I mean, some really diligent clearing there from Tyloo at the start of that retake. I mean, Jamyang keeping his head on a swivel as well before committing to that retake. But then, just as they find that man advantage, somebody is just up to his old tricks, sitting inside that smoke, waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and as soon as Kaze took contact, somebody revealed his ultimate plan. A great job of holding on to things in that man disadvantaged situation. Tyloo, their money's now stretched pretty far thin. Mercury down to a 5-7, and there is little left in reserve here for Tyloo. This could be a route to recovery the remainder of this half. G, the timing couldn't have been less fortunate. Pulled a nade just as his teammate was getting swung. HE at least finishing off the job. He'll get away 1 for 1, but it took a lot of damage to the Molotov as well. It'll all come down to timing between somebody and Mosea. Who makes that first move and who calls it quits. It seems like both will back away, in fact. This extra hesitation and the lack of noise made by either party. They hold fear that they are being held.
Alright, G. Hadn't really seen him get all the most done with the AWP, but it's a good change. And it's a good progression. Even so, Rare Adam are really gonna struggle with Jamyang's position over here. He can't trace through. I'm lying to you. Yes, he can. Yang's left all alone, and although he came alive a little while earlier on, it felt like that life might be short-lived. Tyloo are looking like they might be in position to just take it all the way to 8 with the Rare Adam money.
Absolutely. And, you know, great awareness there from Jamyang, just simply sitting on the bomb site inside of those smokes. Heard the plant off to his left and made use of the fact that, you know, the bullets blow up in smokes too. You know, he was kind of running and shooting a little bit. It gives you a better sight line on, you know, the full pathway that your bullets have opened up inside of that smoke. I was able to track that planter down. Yeah, Rare Adam on pistols here. I really thought Rare Adam could have potentially broken Tyloo. It's looking like it could end up 8-4. Somebody already hitting the deck. But they didn't have a whole lot to write home about in this round. These two rifles really need to create that space so that the Tech 9s can work at a greater effective range.
Either you need perfect flashes or you need that, yeah.
Well, Li Hang's kind of in a position to throw those flashes, but not sure that they're fully committed to this B idea.
I mean, it is a really good flash to throw from here to try and push Mosea away from that position, but Mosea has already been moved. It's all about trying to just maybe boost up, see if you can search for a kill. You are fighting up against a Mosea who's had his own moments as well, but he is playing very defensively. He knows his job over here is just to try and get one kill. That's all that matters. What's going on? Guys, can you not set up the boost?
Oh my
God,
goodness.
they don't know how to set up the boost.
They picked this map.
Oh, God, Kaze.
Kaze, you're the one that... Yeah, okay, there we go.
Please. Alright. Might be a little bit too late, but if they can get the kills, it will not matter. All will be forgiven, maybe not forgotten. Kaze has died. Mosea has gotten 2. And very clearly, we can see someone might be regretting Vertigo. It is not Child King. Deep nade to come out, back in the 2 versus 2 will be impactful, but fully blinded out. Child King is trying to just keep himself alive at default. G will not be the most useful over here with the AWP, and you might have failed and flubbed everything else, but if Child King comes out and gets yourself a quad kill, then you deserve that 5th round. We're off to a break. We're going to find out whether Rare Adam can do anything with it, though, after in the second half.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Asia Close Qualifiers. It's Rare Adam versus Tyloo, and the first half for Tyloo went better than expected. Rare Adam selecting this map, and that T side had certain elements to be desired, but we'll see whether their second half on CT can provide a better insight as to why they chose this vertical hell.
Has been every sort of hell for them so far. If not for Child King's big quad, it would have been maybe an 8-4 to show ourselves off. For Adam, though, had themselves a chance to try and re-aggress into B to try and get some information. If not, then they might just end up falling to this Tyloo creep and crawl. All the way through up ramp they go. Now positions revealed, and that's not ideal, but they're not the ones who picked this map. So I won't hate them for it. Child King smoke down, dualies at the ready. Flashes are looking good, but they aren't. Rare Adam are able to find Tyloo lost up in the saw. Somebody takes him down, and Summer and Kaze at the back of the site continue to prevent them from actually scaling up. 4 versus 1 now, and Tyloo's attempts will be a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, pretty quickly stricken down. The missed Molotov actually changed their routing quite substantially because they had to then hard clear into the sandbags, and they were getting fought from the bomb site pretty heavily. Jose will try his hand at recovering this round as much as possible, but it's a difficult task when no one's really overstepping their position. Nice tap onto somebody, bringing it down to 18 HP. Mosea's collected on a kill. He knows one is wounded, but Li Hang has those dualies. Mosea is simply hoping he has enough space to get this bomb planted, or at least the respect given by his opponents. But as he punches in those digits, he will secure the plant. And considering he started 1-on-3, that is about as much as you could really hope for in the side of Tyloo. But a great protocol from Rare Adam. As soon as there's any presence made towards A, a smoke deployed towards short, it just completely segments the attack of Tyloo, and they get stumped.
It's also an unorthodox smoke in how shallow it is, right? Because it's all about making sure that anyone who's coming through it has to go through the full gray screen. So even though there's a flashbang in their faces, the extra, second and a half that you're going through the gray screen, that gives them a lot more time to recover. They're also messing up their potting, all of that stuff, right? So it's cool to see for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think it's that unusual. I know I've seen several teams sort of run something similar, but having a player so quick to deploy it, especially when there was a smoke down to the mouth of elevator, and that sort of fast transition you have as a CT side, it kind of created this weird wall of smokes where CTs could come out, but then Ts could also, in a weird way, venture in. But nobody really wanted to take that gamble that no one would be the other side of that smoke on the side of Rare Adam. But yeah, it was a whole cascade of unfortunate events, you know, from missed Molotov to that smoke blooming in their face. Far from optimal.
Well, they were able to find some fortune and turn things around and get the bomb plant in at the very least, so we'll have a bye coming into this one. We apologize for the pause. There were some TeamSpeak issues going on, guys. You know how it is. That damn TeamSpeak.
That's my secret. I never speak to my team.
A recommended route on Face It, from what I know.
Depends on, you have to vibe check it.
Yeah. The vibe right now for Tyloo is anxious, however. They know that their real test was always going to come in on this T side, where it's harder to be bailed out with multi-kills unless you're Child King. And Mosea is showing us maybe a little bit of that Child King flair. Summer's fully blind, and Mosea's made him permanently so. Somebody does point out a leg. Mosea's showing himself off, but now comes in the flank. And Jam Young isn't on that spot. There is no head on a swivel. Not this time.
Oh, good suspicions there from Kaze, clearing out for a secondary player in through mid. Child King brought to very low HP, but he simply joins Kaze in that misfortune. Child King just trying to escape with that M4 that was dropped by his teammate. Somebody had to be that supportive man to clear up that B-bomb site, but the mess that Mosea made it was a little too hard to rectify. I mean, a fantastic first entry, and then you know, just capitalizing on all that extra space. If a player is jiggle peeking or, you know, dedicated to the bomb site proper with an AWP or something like it, it's very clear that they're putting resources elsewhere, or there's not going to be that secondary man. Just fantastic recognition from Mosaic to just continuously take space. He knew he was likely going to catch someone in transit or someone that had just arrived to the bomb site.
Now it's Rare Adam who are put back to the force line. They've got 2 M4s at the very least. Even so, let's take a look and see what the plan is with them. Mosaic could once again be the demon over here on the B bomb site. They see Eco coming over. Liang has been spotted. Mosaic just gets it done. He wasn't even looking for that duel. And Jamyoung is the one to get the second this time over. You're getting double entries into the B bomb site. Of course you're going to be winning these rounds. Tyloo, they might not play the map very much, but they know what they need to do.
Yeah, from my impression, or my understanding, coming away from that Cat Evil game, there was just a lot of sort of independent fighting, almost like Pug-style play from Tyloo. And coming to this Vertigo, it doesn't feel... I don't really get that sense from Tyloo on this map. But that also may be because they're maybe less confident to hold those spots sort of independently. And so they're just letting Mosaic just dry work this B bomb site, and right now he's got Lihang's number. Like, Lihang had advantage on that fight. Sure, he didn't have the best weapon, but he did not pull that trigger fast enough. Mosaic is dialed in right now, and the only number that he's got on speed dial is Lihang.
Lihang needs to like change his phone or something, dude.
Or block the number.
Just break your SIM at this point. It's going to be a tough side for Rare Adam to come back from the 610. And that feels inevitable. Shulking, yes, can be a hero, was a hero, but we're joking. Having gotten information about these players coming into middle as well, playing super defensively, making sure he doesn't end up falling. Yeah. Kazuya wants to take point. They don't have any flashes. They don't have anything but bodies to try and help him out with. Bodies might be enough if they want to start throwing themselves forward. Time for the full swing with the pistols and the M4 to try and help out. It doesn't really work out for them. As you can see with the kill feed, it's a bit of a dire situation.
Well, Chalking will try and perform some heroics. Finds the first and even lands the dink onto Jamyoung, so keeps him honest. Seiya still clearing the elevator door as if it were still there, but that thing's been shut.
I actually think the last time Rare Adam might have played an official would be before the update.
I think, yeah, that's probably true. I think it was, I mean, last recorded official.
In Europe.
Last recorded official, I think, was April?
May,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and the changes happened just before Dallas.
Hey, is G gonna be taken down? He is so lucky. He'll be happy with it. He knows he probably should have died.
They should have about it. Gotta do 100.
Wow, oh my god. These rifle entries are nuts. There's nothing, absolutely nothing that Rare Adam can do about them. And now Lihang finally finds Joking as a straggler. They do bring it back to a 3-on-3, effectively a 3-on-2 with how low G is. But it's all about seeing whether Mosaic can go on to another rampaging pathway forward. In through the smokes, it's a lot of spam being exchanged. None of the bullets actually landing. Jamyoung is waiting for a reposition. And with Mosaic going for the bomb tap, Maybe it's time to see that come through. He's gone back inside the smoke. Summer's fading away. Position reveal, and there's that healthy player gone. If there's any chance for Rare Adam, it should be here and now. Jam Young threatening the flank, but Summer is ready for it. Meanwhile, Jam Young ends up flanking someone else. This bastard.
How does he keep getting away with it? Li Hang's even holding for that back-end flank. With both these players being so low, they're not going to feel too confident on taking these duels. Everybody is within an inch of their life. And Jam Young, it's all about timing. They've just reaggressed into short, but they knew about Summer. They knew his last known location, but now he's realized that he's actually on that low ground. Jam Young finally finding that frag, but G gets flanked from behind, and time is not on Jam Young's side. Has to punch in this bomb, but he now knows exactly where Li Hang is positioned, and Jam Young escapes his clutches. He gets out from the bomb site itself, and Li Hang will start to encroach, but Jam Young has the perfect reposition and the read. A fantastic round from the in-game leader, question mark, in Jam Young. A quad kill from him.
That is a Jam Young special. That's classic. Jam Young coming in over there, isolates every single duel, is so patient with waiting for information, knows exactly what his offer is covering off, and then has complete faith in that offer. Hey man, if you don't hit the shot, we're both dead, so might as well count on you, right? And just beautifully done over there. She was on 1 HP throughout that round, and he's the only help that Jam Young had.
Yeah, nice smooth positioning throughout. Some nice clean shooting too. Well, Mosea's been bodied at the start of this round. A little early aggression towards the B side of things. That did Summer a frag, but Joking will be a little bit quicker about his scheduling through mid. In fact, he finds Summer just before getting taken down by somebody. But into this B-bomb site they'll go. They know that Joking has carved out a path, and Jam Young trying his best to create some additional security so the bomb can cross and get planted. These two remaining players only have Deegs. So there's not too much to worry about. There's a gun to be recovered, I think, in Heaven.
It might have been shot away, actually.
Or naded, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would kind of suck. I think Kaze went looking for it. And... Or, sorry, Child King. And you got an MP9. So not exactly what they wanted. And they won't get the round either. Kaze, some nice exits, sure, but Tyloo have punched in number 12. And once again, it just feels as though we're getting multi-kills on entry. You know, this time it wasn't that first point of contact. This time it's Joking that just accelerates his scheduling and catches those B defenders. That's gonna really suck for somebody as well, because he was a half second away from catching out Joking before he made his move. Well, Rare Adam may have made a mistake picking Vertigo.
Yeah, I think they're realizing that. They really seem to be missing Inferno right now. But maybe it'd be nice to get a little bit something more. Molotov misses, Joking doesn't. Kazi right behind, but cornered in. He's got nothing to do when his teammates are fallen, but try and fight his way out. Jam Young with a flash to his face will force him to turn. Good for one, but Summer now provides that long-awaited assistance. Mosea and G, and they are taking fights. I don't know why Li Hang is facing into him there. The bomb is on the ground, right in middle. And Summer's now been put in a 1v2.
I mean, Mosea basically spray transferred him while moving. he was not stood still. He wasn't even crouch sliding. He was getting tagged while he was spraying and moving, and the bullet just ripped Li Hang's head off. That's pretty absurd, but you're right. You know, it's left them in this vulnerable state now where they're relying on Summer to clutch things back. And, you know, defending this bomb is basically an impossibility, but whittling down the numbers as they recover that package is his best solution he can offer up. Summer has brought it to a one-on-one, and it is as clean as it gets in a one-on-one, aside from Summer taking ticks to the molly.
He's come through. It's all about G holding down the line. Spots out Summer, gets the adjustment. Tyloo on 13. Rare Adam on their own map pick only get a single round over there. That is insane in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, it really looked like coming into this veto, they thought, oh, they haven't really played that much Vertigo. In fact, they've not even really played the new version of Vertigo. We'll catch them out with that. They won't be prepared. And to be honest, Tyloo didn't even look that well rehearsed, but neither did Rare Adam. And I think that's the real glaring concern coming into that is if you're going to pick that poison, you best be immune to it yourself before you start drinking from those cups.
Yeah, if you don't have the antidote, maybe don't opt into that, right? That's what it feels like. As a decider, you know, floating it, that makes sense. All of these things we understand. And the worst part about this is, Michael, I don't even think that Jamyang as an IGL was truly tested there. On the T side, we saw some crazy entries coming up from Musea very often on the B bomb side, then some good clutches from Jamyang himself, Mercury as well getting involved. It never felt like, okay, this is sort of him rallying the troops together to get something done. They were just kind of running over Rare Adam there.
It almost felt like, hey guys, who wants to go searching for a kill this round? And Mose is like, pick me. And then Joking decides, oh, well, you know, Mercury died. It's now my turn. You know, there's like almost like this hierarchy of who goes hunting next. And they very frequently come up with some pretty damn good entries and rounds with it. So, yeah, I agree. I don't even feel as though Tyloo really showed layers or showed proper strategies. They just kind of felt around the map and found weaknesses in the Rare Adam defenses.
Well, Tyloo's going to be looking for a weakness in Anubis as well. They're hoping to finish this one out in 2 and seal themselves into the grand finals of the qualifiers. But we're going to have to find out the fate of Anubis after a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. Maybe not the start that we thought we would have when we saw Vertigo being picked up by a confident Rare Adam. Tyloo take the lead, and now they hope to send it home. Anubis coming up next. That's the map they themselves picked. But Michael, the last time these two teams played on it, it did go the full 24, falling in the favor of the purple.
Yes, yeah, no, not really used to calling them the purple, but no, I do think it is going to be a very wildly contested map. I think it's never really been a map we strayed away from in the Asia region as well. I know there was a bit of back and forth about like Ancient perhaps, and there were some teams that were banning Anubis at the very start, but it was very quickly adopted given that you can have a lot of these aggressive play styles, especially when you think about this being one of the few maps that is so, I guess, more dominantly T-sided. I feel like Asian teams love T-sides, and I almost feel like they work on that a lot more than their CTs from my understanding, because I think we just see great rehearsal from basically every level of team when it comes to T-side protocols and how they're going to engage and executes and the sort. So yeah, it will be quite a back and forth, and I think it's also a big reason as to why the previous Tyloo actually started doing quite well sort of domestically and started to even rise further, is that they developed their Anubis quite a lot. So both sides are going to almost make use of that advantage, because it's not like Kaze wasn't there for that development. He's now just playing for the other camp.
I don't know what you mean by they don't work on their CT. What is there to work on the CT side, Michael? Just shoot the people who are coming at you, right? Dodge some flashes. That's really all there is to it. Let's not overcomplicate Counter-Strike, Michael. It's a simple game. It's about point and click, and honestly, that's what a lot of what Tyloo was doing with Mosaic on that T side. And if he's able to sort of continue on with any of that form, the entry pathways that he was making up for himself were kind of nuts.
Listen, if it's as simple as point and click, we wouldn't have keyboards strafing for us. But, you know, that's a whole different conversation, isn't it? So, yeah, no, I think there's obviously a very good amount of confidence coming into this from the Tyloo of now, because everybody was able to find some of those individual fights and picks, and it didn't feel as though they were missing opportunities. In fact, it sometimes felt like they were manifesting opportunities out of nothing. So Anubis is a map where if you're able to get that level of performance, especially on entries, then it can very quickly cascade out of control. This being the selection of Tyloo coming into this series, but they did win out on Vertigo quite handily. Okay. Tyloo will start on CT, and immediately Jamyeon gets his bell rung by a drive-by shooter.
Never a good feeling. But at the same time, Tyloo have cleared out everything outside of A. So If they want to start running back and reinforcing the B bomb set, that would be great, but the read might be wrong. They're expecting this to be a mid-hit instead. That's where the initial reinforcements came through, but it's going to be a very slow rotation back. Smoke goes down. It'll be on either side. Jamyang to be completely cut off. If there's a Molotov to the back of the bomb site as well, that should be troublesome. But right through the smoke, and Mosea has done the same. Joking was the only one with visibility. It's only fair that he gets a kill. Make it 2. Why not? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Damn. Joking's the only one that took damage to his armor as well. So, quite a few free upgrades. Yeah, that's tough.
Now that looks like a team that picked the map.
Yeah, that's always the problem with building those smokes. Even when players have rifles, is that the choke point entering that B-bomb site can also just be very hard to get past. Immediate headshot straight through it by Mosea and Jamyang in that prior round. It's the force buy here for Adam in response to getting dismantled in that pistol, but they'll find some pretty good success. 2 kills in through mid on these Tech 9s. Mosea re-aggressing and doing a phenomenal job. 2 quick kills and the bomb dropped at their feet. They should know that there's likely to be presence out from A main, but unsure about the numbers.
Yeah, Mosea's going to keep it going with the M4 that he's recovered as well. He's a bit of a nutcracker, this guy. Just comes through and clamps down on everyone in middle. Yeah. Tyloo looked like they might have ended up losing that round out. It's a very... Funnily enough, it's actually the exact same thing that Atox did up against Rare Adam, where Child King got a double kill into middle with the double nade in and straight push down mid, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
It was a very different way of dealing with it, but Tyloo do it nonetheless.
I think Mercury felt a little uncomfortable on that prior Vertigo. Didn't feel like he was getting engaged in the ways that maybe we're used to. But it's not what I always loved about the Mosea Mercury combo, is that where one has its problems, the other seems to really compensate for it.
Meanwhile, Jamyang's got unused to being on 10 HP to the start of a round now.
Oh my. Okay. Never mind. Maybe there's no compensation. Maybe Mercury's back.
Maybe they're both just really good.
Yeah, just doesn't like Vertigo. That sucked. Okay. I think Jamyang needs to be a little bit more risk averse in coming rounds.
He's just training them, like, just training them in these pistols, these anti-half buys. He's like, these rounds don't matter. I'm just going to make them think. Oh, look at this. It's a new Jamyang. He's turning a new leaf. He's going to be super aggressive.
Always play like you have 1 HP.
This is his warm-up routine.
Yeah, it's like Rock Lee. When he has full HP, suddenly he'll be invincible.
I don't think that's how Naruto worked. I'm not gonna lie, but
well, he just became faster, didn't he? You know, he's stronger.
He just became a Kanye West song right there. Rare Adam though have found out that yes, that which does not kill you does make you stronger. Kanye was right about that, but they have been getting killed again and again and again. They've had 2 kills themselves in the last 3 rounds, and now they really need to turn things around. Let's not forget the T side was where they found all of that success up against Atox as well on this very same map. Mercury getting aggressive now, treating it like he is on the T side, and in he goes further ahead. That's where Summer can trade, and Kaze's initial kill makes it so the trade does favor Rare Adam just a little bit more, but little do they know there's a king coming in from behind. Summer has been taken down. Now there's trades all over the map, and that's something to keep in mind. But man, that's a blood-filled canals.
The waters run red. The silence is harrowing. Tyloo gets some information. Mosea will bloody those waters even further, but with Mosea falling, it leaves it all on G. A pathway carved out over towards that A bomb site, and right now they're still playing very separate here on the side of Rare Adam. Li Hang's going in to punch in those digits, and Child King is cutting off the rotate. But G knows that Heaven could have been compromised. They could have had an advanced position to siphon his rotate. I think his child can set himself up for mid just to cut that one off. Bomb is planted very open, exposed in a way that camera can serve as a decent post plant, but they'll still have to clamber out past those steps to take that duel. And
There's
G
no
just
kit snare by.
yeah, G just doesn't have the time to play it this slow. He's already out of time. He cannot jump on that defuse even if he wanted to. A nade out, but he will force them into a duel, and Child King will disperse of him. But it's a difficult round. It was always going to be a difficult round for G to come back into. The Rare Atom, with their first buy, do break through.
I know I said that Jamyang would start playing a little bit more passively, but I am now wondering when that will happen. He also died early on in the previous round as well.
It was a very turbulent start to that first gun round.
Yeah.
From Mercury's aggression to Summer getting his kill and then flanked and Jamyang dying, it was a bit all over the shop. We've got young gamers and kings in the server. We've got seasons and planets. And then there's somebody. Flash for... well, not quite the flash they were hoping for. Wanted to give a little bit more room for Mose to clear things out towards A main with all this pressure mounting in middle. Joking opts to play close, but inside that smoke, a perfect break there for Joking. In fact, the support utility is flawless. Jamyang setting Joking up for brilliance in through mid. The nade and then the flash to follow. Rare Atom get picked to pieces.
I think that's the sexiest like utility set I've ever seen.
That was so clean.
That's actually so hot. Like, that's insane. The nade to the right side and the flash just to make sure that you can then continue aggressing forward. Oh, how do you even counter that?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a beauty to watch.
Like, the only way you counter that is by not being there.
Like, when Valve developed the breaking of the smokes, that's what they wanted, you know? That's like the ideal scenario.
Dude, he gets 4 in the end.
Hell of a round from Joking, but, you know, special shout out Jamyang for facilitating all of it.
I think one of the really big things as well that, you know, Tyloo has in their favor, that despite the fact that Joking is a stand-in, they also know that, you know, registration deadline for the qualifiers is coming up really soon, right? Like the RMR qualifiers. So Joking might effectively just end up being locked in for the rest of their season at this point.
Yeah.
Right? So you might as well play like it. Set him up for success, which you're giving him positions to succeed in.
It's the same way that, you know, I used to kind of think about VP. You know, if Norbert is your worst player and you can set him up and, you know, it ends up getting, you know, better stats than your stars, then your stars effectively have, like, less to do. And when you really need them, they should show up. You know, that's maybe the problem with VP. Sometimes they don't. But, you know, that's a whole different can of worms.
Yeah, I don't think we're here to have a conversation about fame just yet.
Yes, yeah, well, just in general, Virtus Pro. But... yeah, Joking, I mean, if you can put him in positions to succeed, and, you know, he doesn't have to be your worst player statistically. He might have the lowest ceiling mechanically, or, you know, the lowest potential given he's already had a long playing career. But, yeah, if utility does half the job for you, life is good. Also, that probably just scratches a lovely itch as the analyst. Just going, yeah, you know what, I designed that.
This could be a good night. No, it's not. I'm lying. Stairs really throw me off my predictions. I don't know how good nights will be. That being said, though, it's still going to be a bit of a chance for Adam to maybe take some guns out of the enemy team's hands with the, you know, Deagle with the Tech 9. So far, positions are looking very good. Molotov has been funneled through as well. Mercury and Jamyang lie in wait on this B bomb site. There will be no flashes to interrupt sight lines. There will be no real efforts being put up. If there is a fight won in middle by Summers Deagle, then maybe there's an extra threat of a flank coming in from behind. But beyond that, it's just through the smoke that Liang finds anything. Jamyang now playing it patient, stopping the bomb from being planted. Gets himself another one as well. USB now out, and he is patient as ever. Time running out. Summer gets one. Finally able to get something, but that'll be all she wrote. Tyloo up to 5.
Yeah, perfect target prioritization there from Jamyang. Shot a couple bullets downrange, and then immediately repositioned as well. And knew because of his extra presence, Rare Adam didn't come in with into that round with a lot. And so all they want is to get that bomb down and safe as plant is exactly where Jamyang kind of put himself into position to cancel. So things did get a little precarious, perhaps, but Jamyang put that to rest very quickly. A little aggressive step here from Tyloo. Just a simple flash to facilitate some extra space being taken towards B. But they have to deal with Lihang. He's actually the starter of this package, and with him taking out Jamyang, that is worst case scenario averted for Rare Adam. They lose Lihang, they lose the bomb, and they lose all space towards B.
It still feels like Rare Adam doesn't know where they want to go at this point. Now starting to linger back towards that B bomb site, but with G having such a strong angle over here, the Molotov will force him off, but not before he gets one. He has to re-peek. It was a forced fight taken because of the flames behind him. And now Mercury lies in wait, spots out a shoulder, knows that his duel will have to be out from Ninja, and he's been spotted going back into it. Needs to swing out, and Summer's taken down. There's no one else who can really close the distance this way, but because he pulls out his utility, somebody gets a chance here. Joking now, trying to scale up. The spam is there through the smoke, but it can't actually find anything. And because he was spamming the follow-up grenade, also can't help him spot out Lihang. In a 2 versus 3, they find the first, but positions revealed on both, but Mosea still gets it done! All of them taken down, and Rare Adam cannot. They simply cannot find a way into this B side.
Oh, and they did such a good job as well. I mean, from that opening kill to how patient they were in sort of pursuing Mercury. You know, Mercury had utility available as well and was always hesitant about deploying it. They overwhelm him just as he deploys a Molotov. They're conscious. They're always so aware that they could get spammed out from Ivy. They don't over-peek. They don't over-swing. They don't fight the smoke as it's blown open twice. And they had somebody in an advanced position inside of Temple that was there supposed to sort of cut them off in pursuing the retake much further. But some real missed opportunities when it came to actually deploying that post plan. And some lovely shooting from Mosea. It's a recipe for Tyloo's success. Rare Adam were sloppy in the way that they played out those positions.
Long live the king. The king is dead. Both of them, in fact.
Yes. Like, which king? The child of the Zhou.
Well, right now, the only king right now is Rare Adam saying, you've got to be joking, man. We just can't get an advantage. Look at where Mercury is, Michael. He has full control from a CT perspective over B main and outside of it. The only avenue of attack that Rare Adam can go for is through middle and camera, and Tyloo knows that. That's why G's only job is, hey, keep an eye out. If they come, you get one. And we're okay. They don't have the utility to get more than that. They don't have the utility to force G away from the angle. Or for that matter, Mosea. With Mercury finding the first, Mosea's now been able to find them. They think they have to accelerate, and they're right, but they're going right into G's hands. And those hands are very capable. Waiting for them to cross into this bomb site itself. Flashbang comes through. Avoided. Follow up there as well, but Jamyang's flank is now allowed to activate a 2 versus 1. Somebody planting back at the bomb site. Jamyang knows it's all about just peeking in together. The grenade at his face will not make it easier. But with Mercury having the AK and hitting shots like that, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Yeah, we're getting some great rifle work from this Tyloo side. really just winning a lot of straight up duels when it comes to these retakes or these flanks. You know, every time it feels like they have a clean opportunity, they are not missing a beat. You know, I've seen limited opportunities almost for G to show what he can do with that AWP. But, you know, coming away from that Rare Adam Atox game, we talked a lot about how different stars came to the forefront. You know, it was Kaze, it was Child King, it was Lihan. Hell, somebody had a pretty solid map as well last time they were out on Anubis, but they're getting dispersed by the sheer star power that Tyloo have. That's one way to deal with it, though. Nades just demolishing Zhouking, and Mercury losing out on his duel inside of the canals as well. Jamyoung overwhelmed, even with all that great damage he does. And it's Kaze and Child King that survive within an inch of their life. Mosea down to similar HP. This might have to be a G moment.
Was the B main smoke thrown by Jamyoung?
I
think it was.
I think
That's
so,
actually
yeah.
why he had like no chance of fighting in, because the smoke went too deep. And if the B main smoke is too deep, it leaves a little bit more room on top of it where you can peek overhead into the ninja position more easily.
Yeah,
So he just wasn't ready for that duel at all.
I don't know. I've actually, I don't know. This is somebody, as somebody that, you know, I'll preface. I played B on T side Anubis, and I'm not even sure it's to do with it being too deep all of the time, because I think depending on where the smoke lands inside of B main, it might even just be lower.
Oh, yeah. I mean, basically, even if it's towards like the front part of B main, I think it gets a little bit lower.
Yeah. It kind of,
It's-
I think it has
it's
to
kind
land
of
like,
annoying.
I think it has to land like dead center, but also kind of, I don't know. It has to basically not spread past the extra rivets around the side of B. It's, I don't know. To me, it feels inconsistent, but I'm sure I just don't know the right lineup or...
It's more annoying than it seems for certain, though.
Yeah. No, but I just find that even if the smoke looks perfect, sometimes you can still peer over the top of it towards Glyph. Even if it's just like a minor gap. But yeah, it was always going to be problematic for Jamyoung when he had no extra players on that side of the map and they were pursuing from connector as well as B main.
Is this a faster play out towards the B bomb side? It's certainly being threatened as so, but Rare Adam don't commit. They want to make it look like a fake. G's bought into it. He's going back towards the A side. Summer's waiting for a push to come in. Zhouking's making that move. In the meanwhile, Mercury trying to fight a losing battle. Zhouking is dead, so is Jamyoung. G, however, could be the X factor, but Mercury is on fire in a literal sense. G is as well, but more metaphorically. Mosea now rotates in, and that's where Rare Adam's cue is to run away. They do not want to trespass into the terrain of G.
And this is the thing, you know, they throw all that utility so instantly, and they wait to see how Tyloo react. And by the time they actually start committing towards this B play, it's far too late. You know, the left side of the smoke and that site was completely vulnerable. Even though G gets flashed up multiple times, by the time they lose those extra members, there's no longer coverage by util. So Rare Adam have to back away, and they will reset towards what is a vacant A-bomb site. Tyloo have yet to really put those pieces together, but Mosea is being a bit inquisitive. He's on an investigation in through these canals, and while he may have missed the timing, he will also have a very fast flank should they come to the realization that it is an A play.
I don't think that's happening, though. They've let G...
Oh, he's here quick.
...be the only person there. Mosea will have a small window where Rare Adam might not be ready, but it depends on where the bomb's being planted as well. Oh, not gonna see Kaze planting the bomb, but he will at least find Summer. Molotov back out towards the site. The nade as well. Kaze is burning. He knows it as well. It's too much damage. Kaze is left with barely anything. G's got the USB out. He only needed the one shot, and even that's taken away by Mosea. Great round from G and Mosea alike.
Yeah, I mean, not only in their efforts to kind of slow things down over towards that B-bomb site with G's efforts on that AWP. You know, Mercury was there as well to slow the progression. But just that one choice there from Mosaic. You saw, he cleared those T-steps. He looked out from Rugs and A main and thought, okay, it's clear. He started to taper back towards the canals. And I don't know if it was his decision or somebody else calling that, you know, there's been this massive gap in timing. They actually could be inside of A, and we have no possibility of retaking that position. Him going and pursuing that flank, he had perfect timing to capitalize on Rare Adam trying to sneak in that plant. Also, that default Molotov was chef's kiss.
Very nice, yeah. Tricky lineup over there. G. We'll have someone dodging the flashbang, but that someone is also receiving death in his stead. Need to blow up with the smoke, but it's given over by the other side as well. G was ready for his own one. He's happy to be given that express delivery for a smoke bomb.
You dare blow the smoke open on me? I asked for the same damn thing. It's like getting given an extra meal of exactly what you ordered at a restaurant. You may have plugged it into the kitchen twice.
Mercury's got a lot of stopping power as far as the is concerned, but it's going to be going out towards dark. He's much more concerned about it. A smoke down at pillar as well to give him some more room to work around. A nade to blow open, and Jamyoung's got some extra chaos in the mix because of it. G now rotates in. He's waiting for another smoke blow. And that's going to be all they need. Kaze in a 1-on-4 being flanked upon by a burning man. Tyloo is up to 9.
Yeah, no festivals here. Not for Rare Adam. The only burning man they'll be attending is a cremation. Tyloo have been on fire. Even from Vertigo, where they didn't look the most strategic. It wasn't the most well-rehearsed. Their players have just been on point. And I cannot say the same for Rare Adam. We have not seen that star power rear its head. Rare Adam may have squeaked a victory the last time these two duked it out, but their T-side is being made to look foolish. Isaiah does get his one, and Mercury in pursuit of a trade does go down as well. So there is a man advantage found here at the end of the half by Rare Adam. And they're just waiting to see if there's any more where that came from. Or Tyloo going to continue re-aggressing. Is looking pretty done in favor of the Rare Adam side. I mean, a smoke down towards Heaven as well as Camera. I'm sure Tyloo have grouped themselves up to clear things together, but they'll have to all effectively retake from the same angle, and that is far from ideal.
Well, there's the equalizer. Might be far from ideal, but they might still be able to do it regardless. Soaking in he goes. First kill found, but the trade, well, it's not quite there. Jamyoung still in hot pursuit. Will not find the frag. Recovery of the AK from G, and he's trying to accelerate. He knows there's barely any time. He doesn't have the right nade for it, so it won't be around. He can really win. They get the kills, but they can't get the defuse. It's going to be 3 on the board for Rare Adam. A sad state of affairs, but maybe they can still work it in that second half. We'll be back after a break to find out the answer to that question. when we were both asked about how we thought this game was going to go before it started, before the match started, we both said 2-0. Michael, I don't know if we expected the direction to look like this, but hey, Tyloo looking incredibly strong right now going into the second half. And if Adam want even a snowball shot in hell, they need to win this pistol round.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, legally, I never actually stipulated which team would be 2-0. Well, it appears there may be some technical difficulties. Somebody jumped a little too much that we couldn't handle it. I don't know, maybe something to do with all those extra inputs, but going into that pistol round, things were looking like they were going to start happening over at B, but even with that technical hiccup, we've missed nothing. No damage being done. Zada, zilch. But now it's about to kick off.
Mercury trying to accelerate. Child King knows his hot pursuit coming in from behind him. It's all about trying to isolate the fight versus Child King, and they have done so, but Liang at least strikes through once. Will it be twice? Jamyang allows his aim to recover long enough, and somebody's flying around the back of the bomb site before being put into the grave.
Alright, this don't look great. Jamyang has a P250 and a long distance angle. But they're all clustered together inside of the site. If these dualies find that opening kill, things can get very dangerous. But Mosea dispels all worry. A triple kill in for Mosea. Jamyang getting the other two. And Tyloo win pistol and find themselves at double digits very early into the second half.
And when we were talking about the Ray Adam versus Atox match, we obviously had a lot of conversation about, hey, this is, you know, structure versus stars. It's all about seeing which team is sort of playing together off of each other better and which team just has the better individual players. Rare Adam right now have neither one of those.
Yeah, and to be honest, with the way that Tyloo have been playing on this Anubis, it feels like they have kind of a collection of both. The stars and the teamwork. I've already go with just stars, but Anubis, they're giving us what we hope to see out of a Tyloo moving forward. Once again, joking is no liability.
And right now he's hoping to be able to maybe farm up a couple of kills against those USPs. A little bit slow on the trail through, but you know what, he gets it done regardless.
Not a liability. I thought after I said that he was just going to whip everything on the Galil, and instead it's fine. Go away with the triple. And Jamyang's there. Joking should die here. Oh my goodness. How has he gone away with that? 15 HP and he ran out of bullets just as Child King went for the swing. I was really hoping when I scanned through Google Translate very quickly to see if there was any word in Mandarin that meant old or like elder that directly translated to Zhou. Because then we would have Child King versus Old King or Elder King.
So what is... Did you also check what Zhou
No,
is?
I couldn't. I mean, there's so many words in Mandarin, and there's like so many different intonations. I don't know which one he means. Also, I don't know if king is also maybe a word that they use. But, you know, if I knew Mandarin, I'd probably be able to come with the answer very quickly. So...
It's okay. It's not like you're half Chinese.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like that's true at all.
Both teams having absolutely frozen. But it is going to be a side hit to come through from Tyloo, protected only by a season. And you know what they say, seasons end. And right now they're still going on. It is very much the heat of summer. Child King is enjoying it. He's found himself a swimming pool. He's taking a nice little swim forward, but now he's being brought down. His teammates are falling. Kaze is the last alive, and Tyloo have still unraveled the dress of her.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was just, you know, Mercury's no longer in retrograde and hasn't been in for some time. Kaze just immediately decapitated. Does clear out Mosea, but there's Mercury to make sure the round is sealed in. The last time these two engaged was in that Blast Showdown qualifier. It was in the grand finals. And Rare Adam, after a very hard-fought Anubis, kind of embarrassed Tyloo when they went to map 2. But this hasn't been a battle of wits or sort of duking it out back and forth. Right now, it's just Tyloo beating the hell out of Rare Adam. I'm sure there will be a second life for Rare Adam when should they concede this series here. But it's still not going to feel great when they beat them so handily last time. Now Tyloo seem to have leveled up and just are playing with a lot of vim and vigor. It's a team that hasn't cemented their fifth. They're playing with their analyst. And even the analyst is farming.
This is why Tyloo always has such a long bench.
And they didn't even pull from the benched players.
Child King sits behind the smoke and is largely without help, without assistance, and Abamas isn't the best weapon for the job. You can see why right there. 4 on 3, one of those 3 is going to be an XM, the other 2 on SMGs. This retake is going to be nearly impossible. Rare Adam have already realized in their heart of hearts that Tyloo will have taken this series away. The lower bracket is calling to them, and they've got no choice but to pick up the phone. This 3v4 is going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, I think it may just be simply impossible. No nearlies about it. Just run down towards the end. Glock in hand from Joking. And a triple from Jamyoung to finish it all off. 13-3 on Tyloo's pick. Hell, they only conceded 9 rounds across both maps. So, fantastic job and a fantastic showing from a Tyloo that just looked like they had all parts of the engine engaged. It was a well-oiled, high firepower machine. Even if there were minor fumblings, they always had the aim to bail out.
Yeah, that was definitely the case on Vertigo for sure, but on Anubis, you know, even those minor fumblings, it feels like they were so small, right? It just wasn't anything that Rare Adam also ever felt like they had the aim to take advantage of. Maybe there were some places where there could have been an overstep. Maybe there were some places where, you know, maybe Jamyoung is getting a little bit too aggressive on that B-bomb side and the like, but then you don't have the individuals to take advantage of that. So you don't have the players who can say, okay, well, you know what, we've got a kill, we've got a 4 versus 3, let's actually do something about it. They end up just losing out to multiple multi-kills again and again. G rotates onto a side, he's getting a multi-kill. Moseo's on the side, he's getting a multi-kill. Mercury's getting a multi-kill. Joking's getting a multi-kill. What can you do if you're Rare Adam?
Yeah, and even when you think you've got good space or you're about to set things up, then they come in with like this crazy HE flash combo, and you just think, okay, we've been given the left-right goodnight. What do we? How do we even counteract that? So, you know, some nice sparks of beauty, I think, from Tyloo, especially on their own map pick in the series, but still room to grow and still yet to kind of be discovered whether, like you said, you know, whether Joking is kind of locked in for the rest of the season for the likes of a Tyloo that, you know, they'll have prospects and ambitions of not only making it to events like Intel Extreme Masters Rio, but then, you know, the major is in Shanghai as well, and so if they are playing with their analyst, if they are playing with Joking, then, you know, they have to make sure that there are no weaknesses when they've got as many heavy hitters as they do.
Well, they're not there at Rio just yet. Let's take a look at the bracket. They still have one more step to take. That'll be tomorrow, where they attempt to do so. The lower bracket is going to be populated by Rare Adam. We're soon going to find out what the result between Atox and Cat Evil is as well. Currently, spoiler alert, guys, currently Atox is in the lead about 10-11-5 right now of saying this. So it does feel like we're going to end up in a rematch unless Cat Evil can turn things around. But regardless, lots of opportunities tomorrow to see whether Rare Adam can bring it back or not. It does feel like, though, Michael, it's seasons come and go, deaths, taxes, and Tyloo beating Rare Adam as an organization is inevitable.
Well, you know, there was a moment before where it went the other way, didn't it? But yeah, no, these two have been duking it out for quite some time. Whether they've been under the nomenclature of Rare Atom or not, the organizations behind them have still been, largely battling for that top position within China, being overtaken, of course, by the Mongols and the Mongolian squads in not in general just yet, but you know, there are other prospects within that region. So yeah, that Atox rematch I think will be quite interesting in that lower bracket. Should they get there, maybe Cat Evil can throw a little bit of a twist towards the end.
Well, I've got to go find out for that one, Michael. I'm going to go over to the B stream. So, guys, if you want to catch us right now, go check out the Twitch chat of ESL CSB. In the meanwhile, though, you can catch us again tomorrow with more of this fantastic Asian Counter-Strike action. The road to Rio has become ever shorter, but there are still incredibly important steps to take. We're going to find out who actually gets there after a break of about a day or so. Make sure you're tuning back in for tomorrow's matches. Same place, same faces, and maybe even the same teams.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Tyloo!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember. Send out a signal, promising me look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say.